All right. Good morning, Leland. Thank you for letting me come and talk to you today.
Good morning, Kelly. Good to be here.
Thanks. So you are very well known among archaeological circles right now, and I am interested in knowing how it is that you got involved in the subject in the first place. What would you say was some of the driving forces that led you to where you are today and starting up your archaeological education?
From my whole life. I had rheumatic fever when I was 4, almost 5, and I was in the bed for a long time. And someone gave me some surprisingly accurate cutouts and information about Plains Indians, and I became interested in them, and I can remember sitting in the recliner and a Morris chair, an old style recliner, and looking at these things and looking at the colors and looking at the beadwork and the feathers, and it was fascinating to me. And so I became interested in Native Americans, and just at a very early age. And so it's the kind of things that kids do. You get an interest in this or that just because someone gives you something that looks interesting. And so then subsequently, when I was maybe 7 or 8, after we visited my grandparents, my father was stopped for gas and was getting a change out of his pocket, and he handed something to me and he said, "Oh, Leland, your granddad said to give this to you." And he gave me this little black thing, and my father said, "Do you know what it is?" And I knew immediately what it was. It was an arrowhead. It was a triangular arrowhead, and how I knew what it was, I don't know, because it's the first one that I had ever seen. But I told my dad I thought it was an Indian arrowhead, and he said, "Yes, it is," and that my grandfather had found it near his sawmill and told my father to give it to me. And so it was a 3-hour drive from my grandparents to our home, and I looked at this thing the whole time, examining every little bit of it. And so so I think that was my first introduction to this. And then I can remember around our home doing some really silly things, like there was a railroad behind our house. And I remember going down to the railroad and looking at the gravel ballast that's beneath the tracks and examining it very carefully. And my friend says, "What are you doing?" And I told him I was looking for arrowheads. And I told him that I think they get a lot of this gravel from out west in Texas, and so there may be arrowheads mixed in with the gravel. Of course, I didn't find any arrowheads. On the other hand, where we lived was not far from the Yadkin River Valley in North Carolina. And the Yadkin River Valley and all the tributaries of the Yadkin River Valley are very rich with chipstone material that comes from the sort of Mara Mountain complex in central North Carolina. And so as I grew to 9 and 10 and started walking over the tobacco fields that were around our home, I started finding arrowheads. And of course, now we know that I was finding a greater variety of things than true arrowheads.
Right.
And that I was finding knives and spear points and a variety of tools. I was finding debitage, and I recognized what the debitage was, and I collected that, and my mother complained because I had this whole collection of all of these little sharp rocks. And My buddies and I both became involved with it. We talked to farmers and that we knew, and they let us on their property, and then we went on people's property that we didn't know. And we were little kids, and people paid very little attention to us. So that was my first introduction to things archaeological.
And I'm a little interested. So,
Please.
you were born there in the Yadkin Valley?
No, I was born in Pinehurst, North Carolina, in the Sandhills.
Okay.
And so near Southern Pines and Fort Bragg. And I was born there in 1941. My father and his family had lived there in that region since they came from Scotland. And
Your father came from Scotland?
no, my great-great-grandfather came from
Okay.
Scotland on my father's side. On my mother's side, they came from Scotland on my father's mother's side, they came from Scotland much earlier than that, in the 18th century. But we moved to Winston-Salem after the war, and so we moved there when I was 7. So then I think of Winston-Salem as where I grew up.
Okay.
Because I was in first grade when we moved to Winston-Salem, and so I spent all of my. But we didn't live in Winston-Salem. We lived outside of Winston-Salem, in a rural area of tobacco farms, and we did that primarily because my older brother, was mentally handicapped, and my parents thought that it would be good for him to grow up in a rural area and that he might get involved with gardening and farming, and that would provide a career choice for him. He never became interested in those things. I, on the other hand, became interested in the woods, the forest, the fields, the things I was finding, and so forth. And then Kelly, it so happened that when I was about 8 or 9, an elderly couple moved into a garage house behind our next door neighbor, and the woman was the sister of our neighbor, and they were impoverished. The man had done a variety of jobs his whole career that involved farming and outdoors and hunting and fishing and so forth, and he was in carpentry, and he was a kind of jack of all trades, or a bricoleur, in Levi Strauss's terms. Somebody that could do almost everything. And so I started visiting them, and they had 3 little rooms, and in their back room was the kitchen, and that's the room that I saw most often, in addition to their front stoop, to their front patio. Is kind of just concrete out in front of their house that had been casually poured there. And that was where they sat in the evening. And so I spent a lot of time with them. And unbeknownst to me, I became interested in folklore from being with them, and from hearing stories of my parents, but very much from being with Fred and Myrtle. And so I sat with them as we peeled peaches and talked, as we peeled apples and they dried them, as I watched Fred from the beginning to the end make woven chair seats And there was a sawmill near our house. He went and he brought back oak slabs from the sawmill. He split them up. He pulled off the withes. He thinned them down with his pocket knife, both width and thickness, so that they were all the same. He wrapped them up. He put them in a bucket of water to soak. He kept them there. Then he went around and solicited chairs from people that needed to have bottoms put in them. And I watched him from beginning to end. He did the whole thing, and they were beautiful. I mean, he was a very fine craftsman.
Did he ever let you assist or apprentice?
No, I never did. I would sit out in the evening with him and Myrtle and talk with them, and he would do this as we sat there. He would weave these chair bottoms, and so I watched him do it, and it was fascinating. And not only that, he made these very fancy fishing rods out of wood that he secured from the forest, and put eyes on and all of this, deep sea fishing rods. People would buy them now. They wouldn't go to someone like him to get them, but he made those. Myrtle talked about cooking. They had a little kerosene burner in their house. Myrtle caught possums and fattened them up and cooked them. And I never ate any, but they did. And so it was, as I say, fascinating. And then a man came to work at the house, at Myrtle's brother's house, and he was a mason, and he had to tear down a part of the brickwork there. And as part of what he did, he cleaned off all of the bricks he tore down. And so I went over and talked to him and watched him. His name was Jonas James. And he told tall tales. And so I sat and watched him, and I watched him do all of this cleaning of bricks. And then subsequently, years and years later, at Middleburg, I found post holes where obviously the posts had been replaced by brick piers, and then the houses had been raised, and over the rotted parts of those posts, over the feature in the ground of those posts, we found these fragments of mortar and fragments of brick around each post. And I could, in my mind's eye, see an old enslaved man given the job of sitting at each one of those pilings and taking them apart and breaking the mortar off and saving the bricks. I knew exactly what had happened at those spots by watching Jonas James when I was a kid. And so I was interested in all that stuff, so all of that's part of me becoming an archaeologist.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like these experiences really gave you an appreciation for various uses of material culture at a young age.
Yes, and by the way, I have some cut nails for you from over here if you want them.
Okay.
I don't know if you have any cut nails for your personal collection or not.
I don't. I
have
from the old house?
From the old house, right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, thank you.
So yeah, I mean, that's how I got involved with archaeology, and of course I wasn't thinking about it being archaeology at the time. It's just what was interesting to me and what I wanted to do when I was a little kid.
Yeah. Great. Well, just one other side question, just something you said made me wonder. You said that you moved to Virginia after the war.
No. We moved to Winston-Salem. It's still in North Carolina.
Winston-Salem, sorry.
Yes.
So was your dad involved in the war effort at all?
Yes.
Did he go abroad or?
Yes. No. My father only went to school for formal school for 6 years, from when he was 8 to when he was 14.
Okay.
And but like my grandfather, my father had was very competent mechanically in doing things, in doing a variety of things. And when he was a young man, in 1928, because he was in the right place, that is Southern Pines, Pinehurst, he knew a lot of wealthy people and people that knew wealthy people. And so he was offered a job in Cooperstown, New York, working for the Clark family, who owned Cooperstown, to come up and work parking cars.
Okay.
And so he went to New York and did this work parking cars, and he was good at it, and he was trustworthy and competent. And so eventually he was hired there full-time as a mechanic and a chauffeur. And he met someone that coached him to get the equivalent of a GED, and stayed there for 5 years. In the meantime, courting my mother back in North Carolina. And so then in 1934, he and my mother were married, and he moved back. In the meantime, Kelly, I may be telling you a lot more than you want to know.
I think this is all interesting, so I would love to hear
Okay. In the meantime, my dad was interested in aviation from the time he saw his first airplane at 3, almost 4 years old. He saw a barnstormer that came to Pinehurst. And so he was in the process of learning about aviation and learning to fly, and he took some lessons when he was in New York and worked on some airplanes. And so then he came back and ran a service station in Southern Pines after he married my mom, with the intention that they would always move back to Cooperstown, New York, which they never did. Okay. And so he and a friend ran a full service station with a garage, so they did mechanical work as well as selling gasoline and so forth. And so as soon as the war started, advertisements went out for people to come to Pope Army Air Force Base. They were looking for people who had experience working on airplanes. And my dad went over and applied and got the job. And so then he worked throughout the war on airplanes and gliders at Pope Air Force Base, our Army Air Corps base then, not Air Force. And he worked on unpackaging, test flying, and repackaging the gliders that were used in the invasion of Normandy. And he also learned more about flying and got a pilot's license during that period of time.
Okay.
And so that was what he did throughout the war. And then after the war, he went to work for Piedmont Aviation and Airlines in Winston-Salem. That's now one of the components of U.S. Air.
As he worked there as a mechanic or as a pilot?
He went there as a mechanic. He never worked there as a pilot. He went there as a mechanic, and then eventually he became a lead mechanic and then a foreman, and then finally he became a middle-level administrator, and he started a separate business within Piedmont Aviation that was modifications to make airplanes business aircraft, and then did maintenance on business aircraft, and so that was his career.
Okay.
And
so did you and your brother get to do a lot of flying as kids growing up?
not my brother. My brother was, as I say, mentally handicapped. He wasn't able. My father started teaching me to fly when I was 9. And
It's earlier than you learned to drive a car.
oh yes, it was earlier than I learned to drive a car. He was always rebuilding an airplane in our basement the whole time I was growing up. He wanted me to learn to fly. He wanted me to solo when I was 16. He would have been delighted had I become an airline pilot. I got the impression from my dad that I needed to follow in his footsteps. And so, but I was a passively rebellious teenager. I never soloed. I never got a license to fly, although I learned how in small airplanes. I learned how to fly. My dad had me go up with other people, you know, as if I were soloing, but the most interesting thing for me is one time we kept our airplane in a farmer's a barn that a farmer had and took off from his pasture, and adjacent there were tobacco fields, and I was finding Indian artifacts in those tobacco fields, and so I would go over there and I would spend all my time off to the side looking for things in the tobacco fields.
So little did your dad know he was actually cultivating your other interest at the time.
Exactly, yes.
And
yes.
how did your mom feel about all this? Was she supportive of the flying, or?
My mother was anxious about my father flying all the time. And I think she was anxious about me flying, but she never voiced that. My mother reinforced my collecting arrowheads and things, in spite of the fact that she didn't like the accumulation of so much stuff.
It's a much safer endeavor.
She was the first person that encouraged me to keep notes on what I found and where I found them.
Oh, great.
My mother had grown up on a farm. She was a gardener. She and my father both told stories that are in essence folklore. They both talked a lot about their growing up when I was a kid. And I was a lot more interested in my father's life separate from his aviation interest than I was in his aviation interest.
Okay.
And I was very much interested in my mother's stories of her growing up, and she wrote memoirs in her 70s and early 80s, and I have a copy of those memoirs about that.
And what's her kind of basic background? I mean, was her family, had they been installed there for a while as well, or?
No. My mother was born in Pembroke, North Carolina, which is the center of the Lumbee Native American community. And have I told you this story before?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay.
If you did, it's been a long time.
Okay. Mother was born in Pembroke. And when she was, and my grandmother family had lived in Pembroke in this Native American community for a long time. My grandfather was from outside the community and from Cheraw, South Carolina. They married, and my mother's parents married in probably around 1900. My mother was born in 1909, and soon after my mother was born, my grandparents moved away from Pembroke to Laurinburg, North Carolina, and my grandfather rented a cotton farm, and so they grew cotton, and the family, they had 7 children, and the family helped raise the cotton crop. And so that was my mother's background. I have done research on my mother's family. In the 19th century, my grandmother's family was all listed as mulatto in the census. And in 1910, which was the first year that they had an Indian schedule in North Carolina, they were listed, the family was listed as Indian, but my mother and my grandmother and her husband wasn't living with the nuclear family then. They were still in Pembroke, but they weren't living with the nuclear family. And I haven't found their report in the census.
Okay.
So I haven't actually found my grandmother's report from 1900 that would say Indian, I assume. Mm-hmm. But all of the rest of her family was identified as Indian then. By the time of the 1910 census, my grandparents had moved away to Laurinburg, and my mother was a year old. But at the time of the 1910 census, my grandmother's family in Pembroke was identified as white. So my grandmother's family in the 30 years from 1890 to 1910 was identified by the U.S. Census as 3 different races.
Yeah. Wow.
As mulatto, Indian, and white. And that's the case for many people in the Lumbee community. And so that was my mother's background. As I say, I became interested in Indians, and of course Native American wasn't a term commonly or used at all then. And my mother told me that her family was from Pembroke and that they were related to the Croatan, which is what the Lumbee were called by many people at the time, and with a connection to the Lost Colony. And so I was interested in that. We didn't see that branch of the family often. And when we did, it was clear that there were family members who looked phenotypically to me as a kid as Indian. There was a fiction that my mother said all of the Indian members of our family are by marriage rather than by blood, and that the dark coloration in my mother's family came from the French.
Oh, interesting.
And so how you unravel all of this, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was part of my story and part of my interest in Native Americans as I grew older was that I in some way had this connection to Native Americans. So that's my mother's story. She was a very sweet woman.
It really gives you an appreciation for critically reading documentary texts.
Oh yes, right, yeah.
And what was her education background? Did she complete high school? Or?
Yes, she completed 11 years in high school, but when her family moved and rented the farm, she went to a one-room school in the country, in Scotland County in North Carolina, and when she was in the equivalent of middle school, they decided they would close the country schools and send the kids to the school in town in Laurinburg. And when they did that, they put my mother back a year, and so she was back with children. I think she was old for her grade anyway. They put her back with children that were much younger than she was, and it troubled her the whole time that she felt like she wasn't up to the grade that she wasn't as well educated and as smart as the other people. But I can assure you, my mother was very smart.
Right.
But it was just this feeling, and also there was a great self-consciousness in her family about their association with Pembroke and with Indians, because there was a lot of discrimination against those people.
Right.
And in Laurinburg, they lived as white.
Okay. Did they have any additional languages that they spoke in the home, or even in Pembroke, did they speak English exclusively?
No. My mother took French in high school, and she was very proud of the fact that she took French. Okay. But she also felt like she knew hardly any French at all. And so
there were no other local native languages spoken at home or anything?
No.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, if you read about the Lumbee, when the Scottish settlers and the Scottish settlers that came up, that were in essence my father's ancestors, when the Scottish settlers came up the Cape Fear River, there are accounts of these Scots people who, well, my grandmother would say Scotch, not Scot. These Scotch people who met Native Americans who were living in frame houses and spoke English, and the Scotch people spoke Gaelic. And so it was this strange thing of people coming from Scotland who did not speak English, moving into this former English colony and interacting with Native Americans who, Scottish people who had lived in stone crofts with thatched roofs and dirt floors, meeting Native Americans who lived in frame houses with raised floors and spoke English.
Wow.
So
really interesting stuff.
Yes.
So, we've talked about your interest at a young age in archaeology, but I know that you did not start your formative education in college on the archaeology track. What can you talk a little bit about what your educational background was when you started at university and how that influenced your career trajectory?
Yes. The one thing that I got reinforcement for in school that I liked was that I had teachers who said I was a good writer. And that was appealing to me, that they thought that I was or could be a good writer. And so I started thinking about, well, what could I do in college that would involve writing? And the only thing I could come up with was journalism. We had no guidance counselors. Our teachers would help us apply to college, but that was the limit of anything. And in fact, except for my teachers and our minister, I didn't know anyone who had been to college.
And you were certainly the first in your family to go.
That's right.
As well.
Yeah, and I didn't know anyone in our neighborhood who had been to college.
What did your parents think of you going to college?
Oh, they wanted me to. My parents valued education a lot, and it was taken that I would go to college from the time I remember, as far back as I remember. Both parents had struggled with education. They thought it was valuable, and so I just assumed that I would go to college. I wasn't the greatest student in high school. I had interests outside of high school that were appealing to me, and I got bored quickly, and so I skated by with B's, and I would make A's occasionally, and one time I made a D in geometry and got in trouble for doing that. Every teacher evaluation said Leland could do a lot better than he's doing in school.
That's nice that they acknowledged your potential.
That's right. They all said that I could do a lot better, and I guess in looking back at it, I would say they could have done a lot better. In that I simply didn't find most of what they were doing interested me at all. And so I got no family reinforcement for being a journalist at all. Okay. And so there were two colleges that I only considered, that was North Carolina State and University of North Carolina, and that was because they were state schools, and they were rather inexpensive for us to go to. By today's standards, it was almost like going for free. And so I applied to both of those schools, and I applied for engineering at North Carolina State because that's what I inferred my parents, especially my father, wanted me to do. And it's what I got encouragement from people at my school to do. I was pretty good in math in spite of the D in geometry. I had a girlfriend that semester, and I was playing football, and and so I didn't pay much attention to geometry at all. And so
just side note, what position did you play in football?
I played guard because I couldn't see well and I couldn't handle balls very well. And so I played on the line, and I was probably, we were just a AA team, so we weren't playing in general really good teams. But I played on the line, and after my first year, I was first string all the way through and played offensive line. And there's a whole story about why that was appealing to me and why I did that. That we can talk about later, but this is...
Yeah, we'll focus now.
But
I'll note it down here.
Keep on college. And so I got accepted at both UNC and North Carolina State. And the only reinforcement I got from anyone was to go to North Carolina State to study engineering, and so that's what I did. And I studied aerospace engineering at North Carolina State. I was determined to succeed at whatever I did, even if I didn't like it. And I wanted to get married. I had a girlfriend. I wanted to get married. I wanted to eventually have a good job. And so I worked my ass off in college. And one of the reasons I did that is because I thought I was going to flunk out. I didn't think that I was going to be successful in college.
Were classes harder, or what made you think that?
Well, like I say, I didn't know anybody who had been, except my teachers and our minister. They were the only people, and I guess the doctor I saw. I didn't know them. And so I had no idea what it was like, and I expected it to be very hard. From everything I heard and everything people told me, and my parents told me, I really needed to study hard. And so I went and I applied myself as diligently as I could, and I stunned myself by making a 3.64 GPA the first semester. And it felt like a fluke to me. And it turned out that was the lowest GPA I had in college. And so I studied aerospace engineering and did well in it, in spite of the fact that I really didn't care about it. And I used to walk by the School of Design, and I always had this sort of artsy interests, and I walk by the School of Design and see the design students in there working on architectural models and different kinds of things, And in fact, they actually built a cottage in the patio area outside the design building. And so
Oh,
I would
cool.
go by every day and watch their construction of this cottage and the outside. And I thought, I think I would enjoy being in design and architecture much better than in engineering. However, it took 4 years to get a degree in architecture. It took 5 years to get a degree in architecture. And I couldn't imagine being in college for 5 years. It was all I could do to be there in what I was doing. And so because of that, I never considered trying to transfer to architecture.
Excuse me.
And so when I graduated, I graduated with a very good GPA.
And yours was just a 4-year program then?
Yes, it was
Okay.
a 4-year program. I think out of 1,200 students in the university, I ranked 17.
That's pretty good.
And I thought that aerospace engineering was one of the most difficult. But even at that, I didn't feel secure in myself and my ability. They offered me a fellowship to stay on at North Carolina State, a Ford Foundation fellowship to stay on at North Carolina State. And so I decided that I couldn't turn that down. And one of my lab instructors, who was a PhD, an older guy and a PhD student in the program, worked full-time for Douglas Aircraft in Charlotte. And he got me a summer job at Douglas Aircraft in Charlotte. And so between my senior year in graduate school, I worked for them. And by the way, in summers before that, I worked for Piedmont Airlines, and except for 1 year that I worked for RJ Reynolds in construction. This is too much, Kelly.
Hey, we can have, we'll keep the story going. It's
This is too much. And so,
oh, you've got a lot of life experience to include here.
yeah. So
So with that Ford Foundation fellowship, you stayed on, was that for a master's program in engineering?
no, it's for a PhD.
Oh,
It was 4 years for a PhD. And so, but I first had to go through and get a master's degree, and then get a PhD. So so I was doing this, working on my master's degree, and I started having the first periods of severe depression that I would have that have continued over, well, I won't say severe depression, but periods of depression that's continued over my whole adult life. And I had real trouble, and because I didn't want to be there, and I didn't want to do this for a living, and because of other issues that I had in childhood. So there were all of these things that were coming together, and it got to the point that it was a really serious crisis, and I didn't know what to do, and I talked with my then wife, Annette, and I said, you know, what I would really like to be doing is archaeology, because I was still interested in archaeology. What I would really like to be doing is archaeology. And she was a history major at North Carolina State. We were married by then, and she was an undergraduate history major. And she said, well, let me talk to my history professor that she liked about what you might be able to do. And so I started looking into graduate programs in archaeology. I didn't know how I could, with the undergraduate degree in engineering, could get in. But her history professor knew Geoffrey Coe, who was the archaeologist at Chapel Hill. And so he said that he could make an appointment with Geoffrey Coe for me to go over and talk to him about archaeology. Oh, and I was also interested in Native American Indians, in ethno-historical studies. Because I didn't know anything about this. I just knew that these are my interests. And so when I went over, there was the potential that I could also talk with John Honeyman, who was the person who did culture and personality studies and worked with the Inuit. When I went over, Honeyman was in the field and was not available, and so I only talked with Coe. And it turned out that Coe and I had some things in interest, in common. He had grown up in Guilford County, which is the next county over from me. Okay. He had grown up going to tobacco fields just like I had and finding the same kinds of things I had found. And he had turned that into a career as an archaeologist. And I think that he saw himself in me. And so he told me I wanted to leave my graduate program in engineering. He said, well, if you will finish your master's degree in engineering, I will support you to come to graduate school in anthropology here. And so I went back with renewed interest in finishing my degree in engineering. And by the way, I talked with my mentor in engineering, who fortunately was a very good and nurturing kind of guy. And he encouraged me to make this switch. And so I finished my degree in engineering in the spring of 1966, I think, and defended it. And Geoffrey Coe asked me if I would like to have a job doing archaeology that summer. And when I finished my degree, and I said yes. And so in the meantime, I got admitted to the graduate program at Chapel Hill. And I was awarded a fellowship for the PhD. So, so I went to the field that summer and worked on the Cherokee project.
And this was your first archaeological experience?
It was my first archaeological experience, okay. Beyond the things that I had picked up and so forth as a kid. And, so I went to Western North Carolina, and I found out that my experience as an engineer was really quite valuable on the site. And so right away I became the site planner, as they say in Britain. Here we don't use that term, but so I did much of the surveying and a lot of the drawing on the site that I was working on, and that gave me the opportunity to see the whole site and to watch everything that was going on, and it was a very good introduction.
And what was the site?
It was the Garden Creek site. There were 2 mounds there, and it was part of UNC Chapel Hill's Cherokee project that was to work to ferret out the early historic and prehistoric roots of the Cherokee. Mm-hmm. And so I was able to work on the smaller mound the first year, and then the next 2 seasons, I think. It's a little vague. I would have to go back and figure it out exactly. The next 2 seasons on the larger mound and earth lodges. Mm-hmm. And it was just a fantastic experience. And I didn't have any responsibilities beyond going out to the site every day, and in front of me was this opportunity to go to graduate school. Behind me was what I didn't want to do. It was one of the happiest summers of my life. And so I have some pictures.
Yeah, I have.
Let me show you, because when I went over to Mulberry, you saw that I went to Mulberry.
Yeah, I saw the pictures you shared of that.
Okay, you saw the pictures. So then,
jealous that I wasn't able to go with.
I sent Sarah Sherwood and
they're not still out there now, are they?
No, they ended up the 21st. Okay. And that was a difference between now and with limited funds and so forth. I don't know exactly how our project was funded, but when I was in graduate school, we went to the field the week that school let out. Mm-hmm. So when we took our last exams, usually within a day or two, we went to the field, and we stayed in the field until just before we had to come back and register for classes in the fall. And then one year we continued going up on weekends in the fall. So we spent an intense amount of time in the field. Mm-hmm. And so these are sort of out of order. This is the large mound there. Mm-hmm. After 2 seasons of field work, I think. And you see we had a ramp going up to that mound here, and then the remnants of an earlier ramp right there. And so then we excavated all of that, and this where this fill is being taken off right there was fill that was down into this little building, semi-subterranean building. Mm-hmm. So then we cleared off everything but the we cleared off everything but the roof fill of the earth lodge, and underneath the back of the mound were all these boulders.
Yeah.
And we cleaned off the roof fill, and so that's what that looked like. And then this is what it looked like once we cleaned the roof fill off, and we had these benches around the side, mm-hmm. hearth in the center, a connecting hallway kind of thing between there and the smaller earth lodge, and then an entryway into the smaller earth lodge with a molded hearth in there. These both had been cleaned out. We didn't find, it wasn't like it collapsed on pots and all of this sort of thing. It had been cleaned out, but we found small fragments of pottery, mm-hmm. Small fragments of mica and copper in this, and shell. And so it's part of this whole trade network between the Southeast and the upper Midwest. And so that's what I worked on as my first.
That's a pretty exciting first sight.
It's a very exciting first sight.
I feel like you were spoiled a little bit there.
Definitely, I was spoiled. I mean, it was. Of course, I didn't know any different. This was where they sent me, and this is what we were doing, and it was fantastic.
Yeah. And you said you went there for 3 years, 3 consecutive summers, you think?
I think so. I think that I was there for 3 summers and then back for 1 fall, on the weekends. So it was a long drive it was a 3-hour drive from Chapel Hill, a little bit more than 3-hour drive from Chapel Hill up there. But we would leave on Friday afternoon and go up and work in the fall.
So then, were you able to use the research you were doing there for your own graduate studies, or did you have a separate project of your own going on?
No, because I came in late, I didn't have any piece of this particular stuff for my dissertation.
Okay.
And the primary work was published by Roy Dickens and Benny Keel. And Dickens' book, Cherokee Prehistory, and Keel's book, Cherokee Archaeology, were the major publications that came from this work. And by the way, we were working on 2 other sites when we were working on these 2 sites. So our project also included a site near Asheville at Warner Wilson College and another one near Franklin, North Carolina. And so I worked on this, but we had 3 sites going on at the same, 3 major excavations going on at the same time. What was the question you asked?
Oh, well, whether or not you had used this towards your dissertation.
So finally, for my dissertation, we decided that I would do a kind of synthesis of South Appalachian Mississippian, which is a term that had been recently coined by James B. Griffin, who you told me you didn't know who he was.
Yes.
And who I say that in the 1960s, every archaeologist in America would know who James B. Griffin at the University of Michigan was. So that's how much things have changed. And it of course is no reflection on you. It's the difference in the character of archaeology now. Most historical archaeologists don't know who James Griffin is. And many prehistoric archaeologists probably don't know who James Griffin is. I don't know. So I wrote my dissertation kind of trying to bring all of these things together. But I wasn't happy with it. I felt like I didn't get a lot of good guidance on it. It was approved. I got my degree. I never felt confident in my dissertation. I never recommended that anyone read it. And I moved on.
Yeah, I will say though, that is a sentiment that I've heard from many others as well. So that's
right, yeah.
That's something that maybe hasn't necessarily changed.
Yeah. It seemed like Co felt like, you're smart and you're doing a good job, and let this go along. And I traveled on my own. I went around Georgia, South Carolina. I came to the Mulberry site, Tennessee, a little bit into Alabama, and visited sites and talked with people and so forth. And I wrote this dissertation that others have told me subsequently they used, but as I say, I didn't care much about it.
Okay. So I'm curious, what did archaeology pay in 1966?
I think that first summer I was paid $1.25 an hour, which we looked up, and it looks like it's about $9.78 or $9.80 an hour today, which is close to minimum wage. And as I say, I didn't think about it. I accepted that and went to work doing archaeology. And fortunately, I had a fellowship that would begin in the fall. And my wife I'm trying to think if she had graduated. She had graduated by then, so she was a school teacher, and so
Teaching history.
teaching history, right, in middle school, I think. She was a school teacher, and she had a student loan to pay back, but it was nothing. I mean, it was a loan that we could, with my fellowship and with her job, we could easily pay the loan back. We seldom thought about it as a big problem for us. And when I had been through college, I worked every summer and paid for my tuition and books and paid for my summer casual money out of my work. And my parents paid for my room and board, and it was not a strain on either my family or me. And so, as I say, money wasn't a big concern when I was in graduate school.
Just a nice.
That's right.
Nice thing.
I was happy to be being paid and to be doing archaeology.
Make sure this is still recording. Great. So you said you did that the summers while you were in grad school. What did you do after you graduated?
Okay. I got my first job, ABD, at Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, Florida. And I went there to a 3/4 time position, a position designed for somebody that was ABD and working on finishing their dissertation. And so I did a little bit there of archaeology in Florida, but only a very small amount. My focus was still on South Appalachian Mississippian, and I wanted to come back and particularly explore the region of the Savannah River Valley and determine if there were more, because I thought that was the most important river valley on the Atlantic coast for South Appalachian Mississippian. And that I would find the most information there about South Appalachian Mississippian. And by this time, I was interested not in mound sites, which had been excavated and reported since in the 19th century, but I was interested in finding village sites and finding settlements and tributary units to these ceremonial centers. And so I went my first summer after working at Florida Atlantic University to do survey work along the Savannah River. And took students up and did survey along the Savannah. I didn't find particularly what I was looking for. I found a lot of archaeological material, as you can imagine. There is a lot of archaeological material in this Savannah River Valley, but I didn't find the kind of massive amounts of late South Appalachian Mississippian material that I expected to find. So then I returned to Florida. I had another personal crisis because I still didn't feel like I was qualified to be where I was, doing what I was. And it was, so I went through another period of depression. And by the way, I don't mind if this is published, this history of my depression.
Okay.
And I went through another serious and actually had a crisis and decided I was just going to drop out of academia totally and go do something else. because I felt so insecure about what I was doing, and so I guess that was the first year I was in Florida, and so I went to give my first academic paper. So here I was, I had a PhD. I'd never given an academic paper. I've never been groomed to do it when I was in graduate school. I'd never presented a paper. And I was so frightened I could hardly stand it. And but then I had a friend who was a psychiatrist. I shunned psychiatry and psychology and counseling, and I would not consider any of those things. We had a friend who was a psychiatrist who said, "Here, let me help you with just a little bit of medication." And so I agreed to that very reluctantly. And with his help and the help of my wife, I went to the SAA meeting at Norman, Oklahoma, and I gave the paper. And that was the first. And Joffrey Coe, my mentor, was there at the meeting. And he was as I recall, he was the only person that I knew. Okay. And but my paper was on Saturday, and he told me that he was leaving before my paper was to be presented. And so I went in to present my paper, and Jimmy Griffin was sitting on the front row, and I had only learned what he looked like while I was at the meeting. And so I gave my paper, and we had questions after papers at the SAA meetings then. And so he asked a question that I thought was bizarre and off the wall. And I answered it. He asked me if down to the riverbanks in any of these sites we found scatters of pottery that looked like they had come from people going down to get water. And I had no idea whether that was the case or not, and I hadn't, and I said, no, I don't think I can say anything about that. And that was the only question that anybody asked. And so that was my first paper. And
sorry, what year was this conference again?
It must have been about 1969 or 70. No, it was. It was in 70 or 71. I mean, we can look it up.
Yeah.
SAA, Norman, Oklahoma.
Well, I just meant it. I mean, it's clearly this was a question that had some impact on you if you still remember it 40 years later.
Yeah. And because it wasn't anything about the substance of what I had to say. And so I gather he thought that the substance of what I had to say was okay. He didn't challenge it.
And was he someone, or were there other scholars that you had drawn from? You said that you took this kind of new survey approach that was different than a lot of the mound research. Mm-hmm. Was he doing similar work at the time, or was there somebody else that inspired you to use that methodology?
This is interesting, Kelly, because this gets into the whole thing about what I was interested in graduate school, mm-hmm. and what I imagined you might be able to do. And so the answer is yes, there were some people. And one of the people was James Dietz. Mm-hmm. In graduate school, I had read a paper that Dietz wrote called, I can't remember the title. I mean, I've known the title of my adult life, but I can't remember it right now. It was on auricura pottery. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so Dietz had used the design elements and stylistic elements pottery that had been found in the Missouri Valley, to make some determinations, and this was protohistoric time, to make some determinations about the social organization of the people who were making the pottery. And I looked at this and I thought, this is the kind of thing I would like to do in archaeology. And so that's one of the reasons I was interested in finding these habitation sites, was to see if we could get at social organization through analyses of, but Dietz was one of the only people that I knew who was doing that. And so, and so then I was also reading Louis Binford, and his two papers, Archaeology as Anthropology and An Archaeological Research Design, had significant influence on me. So yes, those kinds of things were influential and elements of my background. But I should also say that when I did the theoretical studies in my graduate studies, I was assigned Franz Boas. We used that thick book, Anthropological Theory. I would have to, what's the name? I mean, it was such a common book, and it had chapters that dealt with all of the standing theories at the time. Did I say archaeological? I meant anthropological.
Yeah,
anthropological theory. And so Boas was very much on the outs in archaeology. What I was going to say is, I liked Boas. And it wasn't popular for archaeologists to like Boas at all. And he had been a geographer, and he had promoted this idea of the direct historical approach in anthropology. And it wasn't an approach that had the potential to reach way back in prehistory, and that's why archaeologists didn't engage it. But it was an approach that combined ethnography and geography in the beginning, and it was appealing to me. And so I was influenced by that.
Okay. Yeah, Leland, so could you talk a little bit more about the work that you did while in graduate school, the archaeology work that you did?
Sure. After we finished the fieldwork part of the Cherokee Project in Western North Carolina, in the subsequent summers when I was in graduate school, I directed the field archaeology at Town Creek Indian Mound. Town Creek was and still is a state historic site. It was a site that Geoffrey Coe began working on, I think, in 1934, and continued working on throughout his life. The last publication he did was a report on Town Creek. It was a South Appalachian Mississippian site, perhaps the farthest to the east that cultural area extended. And he had, in the 1930s, using WPA labor, started work there and had the idea that this should go on for a long, long time. And so he thought long range. He had the idea of first excavating the mound, which he did, but after that, his idea was to remove the plowed soil, photograph the features, and at first he excavated some, And then he decided not to excavate any more features and to excavate the entire, I would say about 1.5 acres or 2 acres, and take mosaic photographs of it, and then eventually put the whole mosaic photographs together into one giant mosaic, so that he would essentially have something like an X-ray of all the features of the site. And then his idea was that once we have that, we'll make decisions on what we excavate. And so it was a grand idea, and one that he stayed faithful to throughout his career. Town Creek became a state historic site. Stanley South reconstructed the temple on top of the mound, and he and co reconstructed the palisade. Benny Keel and Roy Dickens were involved in reconstructing structures there. They excavated some Native American burials. Of course, this was before NAGPRA. And one of the houses that was reconstructed was a mortuary. And the excavation results showed that there were a lot of mortuary houses at Town Creek. And so I went there for 2 or perhaps 3 summers and was the field director, and we were digging the plowed soil, sifting all the plowed soil, and then mapping and photographing the features beneath. I was in charge of excavating some burials because there was an area of the site that was eroding away, and some of the burials were being exposed or were in threat of being exposed. And so the crew that I worked with was skilled in doing this kind of work, and we excavated the burials in one of the mortuary houses. As I say, it was my first experience as a field director, and I enjoyed it a lot. I used indirectly, I used the experience in writing my dissertation, because my dissertation was on the synthesis of South Appalachian Mississippian culture and the Town Creek site, as well as the Cherokee sites, were part of that archaeological complex.
Do you think that your work as site director here influenced the way that you did archaeology going forward? Did this have any prominent impacts on the way that you conducted future archaeology?
Yes, it did. I had the good fortune to work with a very few people who were quite skilled. And I found that I liked doing that a lot. And also, I saw some injustice there. There was
How so?
There was a man named Ed Gaines, who was an African American who had come to work long before I was there at Town Creek, and excavated with several successive archaeologists and learned the skills of field excavation exceptionally well. And so he was quite good at the rough work of digging and sifting these squares of plowed soil. He was excellent in working with the trowel. He was also a fine feature excavator, and I relied on him quite a lot. He was an older man, I would say in his 50s by the time I was there. And he worked out the rest of his career at Town Creek. And so far as I know, the state never gave him a full-time job. And so he never had the benefits that you would get from having a full-time job, although he worked near full-time at Town Creek. He was a caretaker there as well as an excavator, and every archaeologist that worked there relied on him and the skill that he carried to help out in doing the work that we were doing. And so a great deal of the success of Town Creek was due to Ed Gaines. And I think all the archaeologists that I know that have worked there would say, yes, Ed was a great help to what we did. And I was very disappointed when I learned that he had received so little from the state for what he had done. So, yes, I enjoyed the work. I enjoyed working with skilled people. Ed was one of the skilled archaeologists that I worked with. And subsequently, I always enjoyed working with a small crew. And I could imagine large crews and working with large crews, but when I had the choice, I would say, oh, I think I want to work with just a small group of people.
Okay. Good. So, just looking, quick check here. So after you finished your dissertation, you said you worked at Town Creek and synthesized that with these other projects for your actual dissertation work. And then you had already mentioned that you went on to a postdoc at Florida after that, correct?
Yes, it wasn't called a postdoc, but I suppose that these days folks might call it a postdoc. It was a 3/4 time position as an instructor. Designed for someone who hadn't finished their dissertation, and the extra quarter time was to give people an opportunity to spend time doing analyses and writing and so forth on their dissertation. Fortunately, I was pretty much done with my dissertation by the time I went to Florida Atlantic University, so I just had the final things to do the first semester I was there, and then I think I defended my dissertation over the Christmas and New Year holiday, and then returned to FAU. And so, and I guess I continued in that instructor position, and then I was, the second year I was there, I think I was in an assistant professor position because I had finished my degree.
Just for some comparative purposes, I'm a little bit curious. What was that defense process like for you? Do you think it's more or less the same that most universities engage in today, or do you think there have been any substantial changes in the way that graduate students' dissertation defenses look?
The defense process for me was frightening, but not as frightening as my oral examinations were.
Okay.
And I was quite concerned about my dissertation, and I didn't know just what the defense would be like. I knew who would be there, but I didn't know anything about the kinds of questions they might ask. And I was one of the first archaeologists to receive a PhD in archaeology at Chapel Hill. Roy Dickens had received one before me, and John Halsey. And I think that I was the third. And they had rather straightforward, conventional dissertations based on field work. And my dissertation was a synthesis, and it was quite different than theirs. I didn't know what to expect, and as it turned out, it was rather painless. And so my dissertation was accepted. I know one person was upset because I had gotten the draft into them late, and I needed to defend it while I was on break before I went back, and he had had time to read the whole thing. But it was all new and different, and I had no idea what to expect, so I was concerned about it. And so I think from what I've seen here, folks get a lot more support and have a lot better idea of what to expect when they go for a dissertation defense. Mm-hmm. And actually, I've come to prefer the term dissertation presentation rather than defense. And because defense automatically puts people in the position of, it sounds like we're going to attack what you have done.
Right.
And so perhaps there are cases where dissertations need to be critiqued and critiqued severely, but for the most part, I think it is the presentation of the dissertation.
Mm-hmm. There was a running joke here. I think it might actually be a national thing, but I had always heard that, oh yes, you do your dissertation defense, and you always have to be ready for the snake pit portion when you're given a baton. And
yes. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a good point
Mm-hmm.
to say. So, okay, so you, again, despite your fear, successfully passed your
That's
defense,
right.
And then you said that by your second year at Florida, you were an assistant professor. So what were the next steps? How long were you at Florida for? What was that position like?
I was at Florida for 2 years, where I worked with Bill Sears, who was a well-known southeastern archaeologist. And I enjoyed working with Bill. We had things in common we could discuss. In the summer between the 2 years that I was there, I wanted to come north to the Savannah River between South Carolina and Georgia to explore, because I thought that perhaps was the center of the southeastern, or the very eastern section of South Appalachian Mississippian. And that was largely based on the ethno-historical work of John Swanton at the Bureau of American Ethnology. And so I came the summer between the 2 years that I worked at Florida Atlantic University to do survey on the Savannah River. Interestingly, I found a lot of archaic and middle woodland, early and middle woodland material, but I found very little of what I was expecting. I was expecting that I would find all up and down the river a lot of South Appalachian Mississippian evidence. And there are South Appalachian Mississippian sites there, but not the size that I expected. Mm-hmm. After I left Florida Atlantic University and came to South Carolina, I discovered through my observation and research, and that of other archaeologists and historians, that the river system that I was looking for that would have this complex of PD-related materials, PD being the complex that Coe had identified at Town Creek, was on the Santee River in central South Carolina. And that was the river system and of the villages that DeSoto had visited in 1539. And we are fairly certain of that now, and that we know the location of the principal site he visited along that river, and that was Cofitachiki, located near present-day Camden, South Carolina.
Okay. So you mentioned that these sites are where you were looking at during that transition when you went from Florida to South Carolina. What is it? Was it the research that inspired you or that motivated you to come to the University of South Carolina, or what brought you here?
my good fortune my good fortune brought me to South Carolina. I had been working on the cultural complex that involved Town Creek and the mound sites on the Santee River and on the Savannah River. And the South Carolina Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology was just beginning. They had established the institute in the 1960s, but it took off in the late 1960s in anticipation of the tricentennial of the settling, the European settling, I should say the English settlement of South Carolina in 1970. And Stanley South, who had preceded me at Chapel Hill, was hired as historical archaeologist. There were a number of prehistoric archaeologists. Robert Stevenson, a prehistoric archaeologist, was director of the Institute. And at a Southeastern Archaeological Conference, Stanley and others invited me to have lunch, and at lunch they asked if I would apply for a job at the Institute. And so I didn't have to think about it much at all. I told them that I had committed for the year at Florida Atlantic University, but if I had the opportunity to come to South Carolina, I would come. And so, not only because of the archaeology, but because it was rather like home. I had grown up in North Carolina, and I liked the North Carolina Piedmont, and so South Carolina seemed like coming back home to work, and it fit my interest in South Appalachian Mississippi. And so I rather reluctantly told Bill Sears that I was applying for a job, and he said, well, I hate to see you go, but I would write a recommendation for you and say good things. And so he did, and so then the next spring, I think that was the spring of 1972, I came to South Carolina.
Sounds like a pretty amicable transition overall then.
Yes, it was.
So I guess maybe could you briefly just discuss what before we get into specific research projects, what was your overall trajectory here at South Carolina? When you started, you said you started working for SCIA. How did that end up with you being involved in the anthropology department? How did that all work out?
It was an unusual path that I wouldn't ordinarily recommend following.
Okay.
I worked for SCIA. I came to work for SCIA in 1972, and then around 1977, because I had been put into an administrative position at SCIA as assistant director, that I didn't particularly care about, and that I didn't want to do. And I was also being asked to do a lot of cultural resource management archaeology that was on a variety of sites, and I had come in order to focus on a specific kind of archaeology. And so I became disillusioned with it, and I resigned my position. And so I spent a year doing carpentry and trying to decide what I wanted to do.
I mean, commercial carpentry? Were you?
No, I helped build a house for a friend, and I helped build barns for a friend. And the Department of Anthropology gave me a position, part-time position, teaching in the department. And I audited a course that Carl Hyder, the chairman of the Department of Anthropology, was teaching on folklore. And I had the idea at that time that I would pursue folklore and pursue the history and perhaps the archaeology of my family's people in eastern North Carolina, the Scottish people and the Native American people who lived in and around Pembroke. And so that was why I was in the folklore, auditing the folklore class. In that folklore class, Carl began to talk about African Americans on the coast of South Carolina, and brought in sweetgrass baskets from the coast, and talked about connections between the pattern of these sweetgrass baskets and baskets that were made in West Africa, and talked about the usage of those baskets in rice agriculture, in winnowing rice. As I sat there, I thought about all of the pottery that we had been finding, archaeologists had been finding on plantations in South Carolina, and attributing solely to Native Americans. And I knew that the majority of people living on those sites were enslaved people. And so I began to wonder, could it be that the people who were actually living on the sites were the people that made the pottery? And so I began to research this. And the more I became involved in this research, the more, and looked at the artifacts that were coming into the Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology, because I still visited there and talked with archaeologists in the Institute. It looked more and more like there was a good possibility that this pottery was made on plantations. Now, I didn't have any doubt that Native Americans were probably living in small groups around in the Low Country and making pottery, and that probably pottery from those villages was ending up on plantations. But there was so much of this pottery on plantations that you had to really stretch credibility to think that it had all been made in these very small Native American villages. And it just seemed more likely that it was made on the plantations. So that's how I made the transition. I applied for a national endowment for the humanities grant to explore this. Well, I applied to both NSF and NEH, and was approved by both agencies, but the two agencies decided that NEH would be the agency that funded me.
Okay.
And so they funded a project that I anticipated would take about 2 to 3 years, and it ended up taking me about 11 or 12 years before Uncommon Ground was published.
It's just a little bit longer.
That's right. So I was an adjunct professor at that time when I applied. So I'd been hired as an adjunct. Then the department developed or had plans to develop a master's degree program, and started advertising for a director for the master's degree program. And I applied for the job and was hired. And so that's how I came to be in the Department of Anthropology. And so I was the first director of the graduate program in anthropology at USC. And that program was a program aimed primarily at educating cultural resource management. Archaeologists And the first few years was largely funded by the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. Okay. And so you took that position as the director of the master's program, and then did you continue to stay the director for a while, or did you switch to just becoming an assistant professor? How did that play out?
I was hired as an associate professor without tenure.
Okay.
And I was in that position for a few years until the Department of Transportation grant ended. And then, because we didn't have any funding, we had 1 year that was a bye year that we didn't admit any graduate students.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the next year, when we started admitting graduate students, I think, but I don't remember clearly, Kelly, that we had another graduate director.
Mm-hmm.
And by that time, I had applied for tenure and received tenure.
Mm-hmm.
And from then on, I was simply a tenured associate professor, and others were graduate director. But we would have to look at the
Sure.
detailed history of the department for me to be sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you were the chair of the department for a while as well, correct?
Yes, I became, I was promoted to professor, I think, in about 1993. And after that, I became chair in 1994, I think, and was chair for 5 years. Now, I know you're going to quote me on that, but it may be wrong.
We'll do some data verification.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure. And then how long did you stay officially at USC?
I stayed officially until December of 2002.
Okay.
That's when I retired at 62. And then I continued in my professor emeritus role as I worked on the analysis and writing about the project that we did in Winston-Salem until 2011, when God's Fields was published. Then soon after that, I started teaching in the Honors College and taught in the Honors College for 2 or 3 years. And then finally, in about 2013 to 2014, stopped teaching in the Honors College.
So, jumping a little bit backwards now, thinking about your time both in SCIA and at the University of South Carolina, what are some of the, obviously you worked on a wide variety of research projects. What are some that jump out in your mind as being some of your more significant or noteworthy research projects that you participated in?
The two significant things in the 1970s, besides my beginning to work on African American studies in the late 70s, were my work at British Fort Watson and my involvement in the 1975 meetings of the SHA.
Mm-hmm. Could you talk a little bit about your work at Fort Watson?
Yes. When I came to South Carolina, my idea was to try to find settlement pattern of South Appalachian Mississippian groups that supported temple mounds. However, when I arrived, I discovered that um, a contract had already been signed with me in mind as the archaeologist to excavate at Fort Watson, which was a British fort that had been built on top of a South Appalachian Mississippian mound. And I was selected by the director of SCIA, by Robert Stevenson, the director of SCIA, because I had this interest in South Appalachian Mississippian. And he thought that I would want to excavate the mound, even though I had talked about trying to find these village sites that were around mounds. We had excavated a lot of mounds by that time.
Mm-hmm.
But what we didn't know very much about was the supporting settlements. And I thought that we had a great deal to learn about this cultural complex by studying the supporting settlements, finding and studying the supporting settlements. But I went along with going to Fort Watson. And I remember Bob saying, and by the way, there's this British fort on the top, and we need to do some work on that. The contract was all in anticipation of the celebration of the bicentennial of the Revolution. Fort Watson was a state historic site, and there had been a British fort there that had been attacked and taken by Francis Marion, General Francis Marion, an American partisan, South Carolina partisan. And so I went to Fort Watson to do the excavation that I had been asked to do. And in beginning the work there, I realized that this was a different kind of site than I had ever worked on. And the difference was all the sites that I'd worked on, the sites in the Cherokee Project and at Town Creek, they had all been plowed. And so the top surface had all been disturbed. And I went to the top of the mound at Fort Watson, and we began to put in some initial test excavations, and I began to find historic ceramics and other kinds of things associated with the British Army occupation. And I could tell right away that this hadn't been disturbed. We were looking at things exactly where they had fallen.
Wow.
During the Revolutionary War. And so even though I knew little about historical archaeology and little about the history of the detailed history, at least, of the American Revolution, I realized this was quite a significant find. Mm-hmm. And so we began to very carefully excavate the fort that was on top of this British site, or that was on top of this British fort that was on top of this Native American temple mound, and found just very exciting features. We found a palisade they had built. We found ceramics that ultimately we attributed to the officers who, when they weren't involved in the battle, stayed and quartered in the area on top of this mound, which was a much nicer place than staying down next to the swamp and the river.
Right.
And and so then we found bullets in place that the Americans had fired when they were attacking the fort. We found items that were lost by the British inside the fort, and with great confidence that we were finding these things just where they had landed when they were fired, just where they were dropped or thrown away by the British. Uh-huh. And so we came away from 2 years of excavations with a lot of point provenience data on historical material there. And fortunately, I had Stanley South behind me to advise me on the ceramics, on the I'm searching here for a word, on the armaments isn't the word I'm looking for, but on the British military armaments, on the bottle fragments that we were finding wine bottles, we were finding case bottles, and so it opened my eyes to historical archaeology and to the potential of historical archaeology. Mm-hmm. And so it was an exciting thing for me. And of course we were finding debris from the Native American occupation, and in the reports we wrote about that. But, and of course the British had churned up part of the Native American occupation site on the top of the mound. But I came away understanding the potential of historical archaeology, and I enjoyed it a lot, and I thought this may be the direction I would like to go, is to pursue historical archaeology. So that was quite a significant project for me, and changed my direction in archaeology.
Mm-hmm. It was a really transformative project for you.
Yes, indeed. It certainly was. And from childhood, in addition to finding all these Native American items, mm-hmm. I was interested in folklore. Of course, at the time, I didn't know that folklore was even a thing you could study. Right. But I was interested in folklore, and so as I worked with Fort Watson and I read the accounts of various people who had been there, the historical accounts, and linked those to the artifacts, I understood the potential mm-hmm. for doing historical archaeology.
So then you said that you worked at Fort Watson in the early 1970s?
Started there in the summer of '72,
okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then you also mentioned that you said you were significantly involved in the 1975 SHAs. Did this work at Fort Watson help bring you to that, to be collaborating on that SHA conference?
Yes. That work in Stanley South mm-hmm. led me to collaborate on that project.
Okay, so thanks to your introduction to the Fort Watson site, it sounds like you said that was a very formative research in terms of getting you involved in historic archaeology and shifting gears a little bit. So how did you get involved in the 1975 SHA conference?
The Institute had offered to hold the 1975 SHA conference in South Carolina, and with the idea of showcasing the archaeology that was going on and the potential of archaeology in South Carolina. And so all of the archaeologists in the Institute were on a committee of the whole to make plans for the event. And of course, Bob Stevenson as the director and Stanley South as the principal historical archaeologists were in charge were essentially the committee co-chairs of what we were doing. And we decided that we would have it in Charleston as this quintessential historic city in South Carolina. And Stanley asked me to do two things, to serve as the local arrangements chair and to put together a plenary session that Stanley envisioned being a session that would emphasize theory mm-hmm. and would focus on his interest in the so-called archaeology of the new archaeology of the 1960s, and that was the emphasis on science, the emphasis on scientific inquiry, the connection between evolutionary theory and science, and so forth. And so he asked me to do that, assuming that our interests in this were congruent. Mm-hmm. they weren't congruent. I understood his interest in evolutionary theory. I understood his interest in scientific method, and I appreciated both, but I wasn't sold on those as the avenue that I wanted to pursue theoretically. And I was insecure about what I wanted to do. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. But I wasn't particularly interested in that approach. As I mentioned before, I read a good bit of Boaz when I was a graduate student, and I was interested in the humanities. And do we need to do something here?
I think, sorry. No, we're good.
Okay. I wanted to explore. So, because I was in charge of the plenary session, I decided that I would invite the whole variety of people that I was hearing and reading about to come and present. And so I knew that Stanley would like to have Louis Benford come, because he and Louis had been at Chapel Hill at about the same time. Their interests and theoretical interests were quite similar, and so Louis was on the list of people that I invited. But then also I had appreciated the work of James Dietz in the 1970s on the Arikara site that he had excavated, and the social organizational approach that he had taken to analyzing the data. And so I wanted to invite Dietz. I had also read the Fences paper that Mark Leone had written, and I was intrigued and wanted to know more about that. Benford had an argument with an archaeologist named Robert Asher about analogy, and I had read Asher's work, and especially his work with Charles Fairbanks on the African American site on the Georgia coast, and I knew that he used things from folklore and from the humanities in doing his archaeology. And so that was appealing to me. I wanted to get an historian or a folklorist, and Dietz recommended Henry Glassy and said, well, if you want somebody from outside of archaeology, you should invite Henry Glassy. So I invited Henry Glassy. Well, then William Rathje at the University of Arizona was exploring contemporary garbage. And I thought, well, this is new and different. And so I invited Rathje to come. In addition to all of that group, I invited David Clark, a British archaeologist, to come. And Clark was taking a British approach that was somewhat similar to what Louis Benford was doing in the United States, but it certainly wasn't the same. And so that was the group that I invited. David Clark wanted to come, but he had a death in the family and he couldn't come. Robert Asher had decided to give up on archaeology and do something else. And he very kindly wrote me several letters encouraging me in what I was doing and saying that he was disappointed that he couldn't come. Ultimately, he went off to do ethnographic film work. And so we had this group of a variety of people with a variety of interests, and I had no idea what was going to happen. But we had the plenary session, and Louis Benford gave a paper that was quite different than I anticipated that he would give. It was an ethnoarchaeological paper that emphasized a lot of his interaction with the Inuit people that he had worked with. And then James Dietz gave a paper that was exactly what I expected he might give, and I was pleased with the paper that he gave. The one that impressed me the most was the paper by Henry Glassy. And Henry argued that historical archaeology, like folklore, should be involved with both the humanities and the sciences, and that our methods should be careful and logical, scientific, but that our goals most appropriately came from the humanities. And that we had the opportunity to get ideas and data from both the humanities and the social sciences. And so that was the most appealing thing about the whole session to me, was this idea of combining interest in the humanities and interest in the social sciences and archaeology and folklore. Structural anthropology at the time wasn't a part of archaeology. However, in both the paper that Mark Leone ultimately wrote, and in Henry Glassy's work, and in James Dietz's paper, and interestingly, in the words that Louis Benford said, you could see the influence of structural anthropology beginning to have an effect in archaeology and in folklore. And so I knew very little about it. I knew that Claude Lévi-Strauss was a structuralist, but I knew very little about structural anthropology and its applications in historical archaeology. And so subsequently we all learned, especially through Dietz's work, how the structural anthropological theory might be related and connected to archaeology. But still, the idea about the connection between the humanities and sciences and archaeology was the thing that impressed me the most. And so I didn't know exactly what to do with that, but I think that it's influenced the whole rest of my career in archaeology.
And how was this plenary session received by the rest of the academic community?
Very well. It was a true plenary session, so that when we had it in the morning, and the whole first morning, I think, was devoted to this session, and it was a true plenary session with everybody attending. And we had a good amount of time for discussion after. There was a lot of back and forth between Louis Benford and Henry Glassy. And once we were done, folks asked if we could continue this. And so in the evening, we rented the Hibernian Hall, which was nearby, and continued the discussion in the evening. So as I say, it was very well received. And then about a year and a half later, we came out with the volume Historical Archaeology and the Importance of Material Things, which was the second special edition for the I've forgotten what they're called. We'll have to look it up what they're called, but it was the second special edition of from the Society of Historical Archaeology, besides the journal. It was the second publication, and the editors always told me that it was selling very well, and I think a lot of people read the papers that were there. I think that it had a significant influence on the field. And so it came about just because I was interested in hearing from a variety of people, because I was insecure, I didn't know very much, and I wanted to know more.
It seems like it was a pretty successful, for your first major role in organizing a conference. It seems like it went off pretty well.
It went off very well, and it seems to me almost like it was just by chance, because I didn't have any idea of exactly what would happen or how it would go. I just had this idea. I wanted to hear from a variety of people, and so that's what we had. And fortunately, these folks came in large part because of Stanley and Stanley's reputation. And so it came off very well. I regretted that Clark and Asher couldn't be involved, and James Fitting was the discussant, and I appreciated very much that he was the discussant, and he did an excellent job in kind of tying things together that I couldn't possibly tie together, because I was kind of lost in this. It was all new and different to me.
So were there any other conferences that stood out as much as this one does in your mind in terms of? Okay.
No, there's no other conference I ever attended that has as big an effect on me as that one.
Okay. Wow.
And probably no presentation that had as great an effect on me as Henry Glassey's presentation. And I was interested in his humanities style scholarship. And so, as I say, it had a great effect on me, and I didn't subsequently follow Glassey's structural approach. I did to a degree, he and Dietz, but just his idea that hey, look widely, and look at this as. This is historical archaeology. This isn't long-term, great time-depth prehistoric archaeology, where evolutionary theory is entirely appropriate and necessary and works very well. We were looking at the 18th, 19th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th century. We had, at least I had, different interests that needed a different kind of approach.
Great. And it seems to me, is that approach something that you incorporated when you did start to investigate issues of, or not issues, but when you started to investigate colon-aware and African American settlements? Are those approaches that you engaged in that research as well?
Yes. As I started doing that research, I thought that I needed to engage history and people who were the thinkers guiding the directions of history and African American studies, and understand what they were doing. And I felt very insecure about this because I didn't have a liberal arts education. I was an engineer, and then I went into social science, and so I felt kind of out of place here in these things, but I felt like this is the direction to go. And fortunately, I interacted with and worked with some historians who were quite supportive. Henry Glassey, Henry Glassey to begin with, but then Peter Wood and Charles Joyner come to mind as two historians that I talked with extensively, and that supported the idea of combining historical research and the kinds of approaches that folklorists, historians, non-social scientists were using in dealing with the past.
Okay. So, Leland, can you talk a little bit about your publication Uncommon Ground? And I know that that has been a profound publication for the field in general, and that actually is the first archaeology book I ever read in an introduction to archaeology class. And so, what were the main themes or motivations that research that drove you to publish that book?
Uncommon Ground was the result of the work I started with colonial ware in the late 1970s. And as I pursued that research, I thought I wanted to do 2 or 3 different things that were unusual in archaeology. One was I wanted to combine historical research and archaeological research as one data set and approach this not necessarily as only archaeology, but as a topic that I wanted to explore, an investigation that I wanted to carry out, much like a detective investigating a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at all the sources of data that might bear on understanding this crime and how it was committed. And I wasn't lost. It wasn't lost on me that indeed I was investigating a crime, mm-hmm. and that the capture of people and enslavement of people and forcing them to work on plantations was something that I considered to be a crime. And so as I approached the writing of Uncommon Ground, I was thinking about integrating these things together. I was also thinking about looking broadly at this southeastern American region and looking at things from a larger perspective than potsherds. Mm-hmm. And so I decided I would try to look at whole pots or portions of pots that I could extrapolate into whole pots. And so then I thought, and this probably is a serendipitous advantage of my insecurity, I wanted to write something that was understandable for most everyone, and that would have been understandable to me when I started in the field. Mm-hmm. And so I thought about the audience that I would write for, and I decided that I would write for undergraduates. Mm-hmm. That I had new and unpublished material about colonial ware and African American archaeology. I had new insights that I'd never presented anyplace before, and I thought these will be included in this, but I want to write this book so that sophomores and juniors in college can readily understand it. And it seemed like a comfortable writing style for me. So that's how I approached the research of Uncommon Ground. And at the time, I had happened upon Middleburg Plantation and was excavating there. And I was excavating there primarily because we needed a field school for the Department of Anthropology, for students in the Department of Anthropology, and I knew that I wanted to work on the coast of South Carolina. And I selected the East Branch of Cooper River as a location for that work, and the owners of Middleburg Plantation were interested in archaeology, and so they were eager for us to come. But my view there was the whole of the East Branch of Cooper River, and I elected that for a few reasons. One, I knew that the overwhelming majority of people who had lived there in the 18th and 19th century were enslaved and African American. So that most any site I found would be a site where the material remains more than likely came from the hands of African Americans. I was looking for a place that had archaeological integrity. And fortunately, the rice plantations, most of the agriculture took place in the watery swamplands,
Right.
and not on the uplands where people lived. And so the sites weren't so disturbed. And two, I was looking for a place that had historical research that had been done by scholars that could support what I was doing. And there had been a couple of dissertations written on the East Branch of Cooper River, and so that worked very well. And then I was interested in working in a place where I like to be.
It's an important part of a research project.
That's right. And this, it was a place that I like to be. And so I had those elements, and they guided me toward Middleburg, and then Middleburg became a part of what I used in Uncommon Ground. Then once Uncommon Ground was published and was well received, I knew from Uncommon Ground that the one thing that I needed to know a lot more about as an archaeologist if I were to pursue the rest of this work on the East Branch of Cooper River was West Africa. And so I began to think of ways that I could get to West Africa and to begin to just immerse myself some in West African culture so that I would have a better feeling for the cultural roots of the people that I was researching. And so I connected with a sociologist at South Carolina State University and worked out a plan to go to Sierra Leone, and ended up going to Sierra Leone twice. I of course learned some things in Sierra Leone that helped my thinking about how material items were used, and of course part of that thinking is in this publication that you and I have just put together.
Right.
And so I came back with the idea that I would do more. I went to West Africa with the idea that I would do more work in South Carolina, and that I would use visits to West Africa to help increase my knowledge of the cultural base of the folks who came to South Carolina. So it was eye-opening for me. It was an important part of my experience as an anthropologist to work in West Africa. I ended up going twice. I didn't stay a very long time, but I had help.
When did you go?
I went first in 1991, I think, and then I went again in 1993 and stayed a little more than 2 weeks both times, I think. So I spent a little more than a month in Sierra Leone at 2 different times, and it was good to go at 2 different times because I had different ideas about what I wanted to do. And in the beginning, I did not know an archaeologist, and the second time, Christopher DeCourse and I went together to Sierra Leone, and that was a great advantage to me to be with Chris and to have his previous experience in Sierra Leone to help in the little bit of work that I helped do at Bunce Island. At the same time, just as Uncommon Ground was being published, I was invited to come to Winston-Salem in North Carolina to consult on an archaeological site there, and that visit changed the course of the rest of my research career.
Okay, so So, Leland, could you tell me a little bit about the work that you did at Winston-Salem? How did that project get started, and what were the major highlights of your time there?
Sure. I spent about 20 years working on the project in the old town of Salem, in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And it began with a weekend consulting job that I expected to be no more than a weekend consulting job. I had been working on the coast of South Carolina on African American archaeology. Winston-Salem, or the old Salem Museum and Gardens, had decided that they wanted to expand their program to include the African American community that was part of the old Moravian town of Salem. And as part of this, they wanted to relocate the graves in a cemetery that had been abandoned early in the 20th century, refurbish a church, an African American church that had been left in 1952, and also try to locate a log church that was built for African Americans in and around Salem in 1823. So I traveled to Winston-Salem and was excited about going because I had grown up just outside of town. I had visited the boys' school museum in Salem as a child, and in middle school it was something that I knew. It was the only museum in town. And I was pleased to go back to the Old Salem Outdoor Museum in order to consult with them and give them my suggestions for what they might do to relocate this graveyard and the churches and help develop an African American program. Historians had been working on it, but they wanted the physical evidence, a physical presence of African Americans in the town to be part of their overall exhibits. I went up and I visited the site and talked with John Larson, who would eventually become the vice president for research and restoration at Old Salem. And I was impressed by two things. One was how difficult the archaeology would be there because of the quality of the soil, and that there had been recent buildings over the 1823 church, and the part of the later church was beginning to crack and fall down, and part of that church was built over the cemetery. And so I thought that this would be very difficult to work, and was outside of the kinds of things that I was doing on the coast of South Carolina with ideas about connections to West Africa. On the other hand, I was only 8 blocks away from where I had worked as a high school student, actually between high school and college. Mm-hmm. I worked for one summer for R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, and had my eyes opened to the injustice of segregation. Before that, I had grown up in a segregated world. I knew hardly anyone who was African American. I suppose I bought into the idea of separate but equal. And as I worked there that summer, it was obvious to me that things were very unequal. And I have written about that, and you can use the little bits I've written, if you like, in this interview, okay, because it was an eye-opening experience for me as a young person, mm-hmm, about social justice. And so here I was, 8 blocks south of that location, about ready to go home. I had left the folks I was consulting with, I was standing at the church. I was thinking about the kinds of things the archaeologists would need to do at the church. I was thinking about that straight up the street from where we were, 8 blocks away, was where I had had this experience as a teenager. And I had what was closest to the a kind of providential spiritual experience that I've ever had, and I thought, I think I'm supposed to come here and do this. Wow. And so I went home with the idea that I had already suggested to the folks at Old Salem that they get a couple of other archaeologists, so I thought they might not give me a call. Mm-hmm. It turned out that they did give me a call and asked if I would come back and do the work. And so I thought about it for a while, because it meant leaving long-term, an idea that I had for a long-term project on the coast of South Carolina. But on careful thought, it seemed like this was going back home to do a job in a place that I knew, to do a job that I was perhaps uniquely qualified to do. And so I told them that, yes, I would come and work on this project. So that's how I got involved with the project. And from that point, we started searching for the graves. Salem had been a separate community of pietist Christians, an exclusive community from the middle of the late 1760s in North Carolina. And trying to think where to go from here without telling the entire whole story of this. And so we started looking for the graves. Originally the cemetery had been for people who weren't Moravian. Okay. And black or white, whoever, people that were not Moravian. It was down the hill and just outside of town. So it was down what was called Church Street. And on the upper end of Church Street, the Moravians built their church, and at the very highest point of town, they had their cemetery. And so they put the cemetery for strangers at the lowest part of town. And during this earliest period, Moravians were open to a variety of people, to people who were non-Christian, to bring them into the Christian community, to people who were non-European, to people who were people of color at the time. And they, in various places around the world, the Moravian communities were mixed.
So they were open and mixed communities, but do you think there was still completely equal treatment and exchange, or was there still prejudice within that structure?
There was the idea of completely openness. However, the focus was on Jesus Christ and on serving Christ, with the idea that every human being was equal in the eyes of God, and that every soul was important, and that the most important mission they had was their evangelistic mission. As they encountered people of color, they were in their mission work willing to work with them, willing to live with them, willing to have them come into their exclusive community. And in some locations, they intermarried. European Moravians with converted Moravians who were people of color from Africa, from the West Indies. However, they didn't challenge the political systems in these places. And so in places that practiced slavery, the Moravians accepted slavery and accepted slavery as an institution, even though they might bring someone who had been freed or even someone who was enslaved into their community and treat them as equal as the law allowed within their community.
Okay.
And in Salem, they started to build the town as it's difficult, Kelly, for me to tell this story without telling a long, involved story. And so we'll have to cut out a lot of this, I think.
Okay, it's fine. We can edit it.
Okay, so I think we'll have to cut out a lot. In Salem, their intention was to create a town of artisans, of merchant artisans, and not a farming community. They came to the frontier in North Carolina with the idea that they would set up a tannery, a brewery, a metal shop, a gunsmith shop, a harness making shop, all of these kinds of things, and that they would serve the frontier community, and at the same time they would serve as a basis for evangelistic ventures with Native Americans on the frontier. But mostly it was to create this primary Moravian town in America, originally called, I can't remember what it was originally called. Okay, and so, but what happened is they didn't have sufficient labor to do what they wanted to do. And they tried to hire free labor, but free labor wasn't very available and dependable. So then they began to rent slaves because they were in a part of the South that was the plantation South. They began to rent people who were slaves to come and help them with the construction of Salem. Eventually, one of the slaves asked them if they would buy him, considering that a life with the Moravians probably would be better than the life that he was living where he was, and they did. And so, but in accordance with the laws, they kept him enslaved because that was the law of the land.
I thought, they could have legally freed him as their own slave.
They could have legally freed him, but they didn't. But within their community, he was free. And he eventually married, and he became a brother, and he went to church with the Moravians. He was buried in the Moravian graveyard, or God's Acre, as they called it. And then over time, the Moravians engaged more slaves, often to work in the tavern, because they didn't want their women to work in the tavern, and so they engaged enslaved women to work in the taverns, because the tavern had strangers, and they were an exclusive community, trying to separate themselves in a very pious ways from the world, from the outside world. And then over time, they became more and more to engage life as it was in the plantation South. More and more to compromise these ideals that they had. And so I began to see this as, started out as wanting to tell the story of the African Americans. But the more we worked on it, I began to see it as, and perhaps this is because I identified with the white Moravians in Salem, and I began to see it as the evolution of systemic racism. The evolution of racism and the evolution of systemic racism within this town. How in contrast to their earliest ideals, the Moravians began to go along with the social structure of the plantation South and began to engage slavery more and more, and treating people perhaps more humanely and with more dignity than in other places surrounding them, but still maintaining this difference and concern about how they were viewed by the outside. They set up a girls' school, and, well, they had boys and girls' schools for Moravian children. And the girls' school became an attractive resource for people who lived in the plantation South, a place to send their daughters to school that would be close to home, that would be protected, and where they would get a good education. Thus, the Salem Girls' School began to be a mixed Moravian and non-Moravian institution. And the Moravians, of course, were making money off of this. So folks from throughout the South were sending their daughters to Salem to the girls' school. And actually, Aline's great-great-grandmother was in school there. And the needlepoint that's in our dining room, she did while she was in school there in the 1850s.
Oh, neat.
And in the early 19th century, the Moravians became concerned that, well, in the early 19th century, they were still burying African American Moravians in their graveyard. So they buried them in their graveyard. One of the fathers of one of the girls almost died when he was in town. Of course, at that time, they would normally bury a person where they died. They became concerned that if a parent of one of these schoolgirls should die while they were in Salem, that they would be very upset if they buried them in their graveyard where African Americans were also being buried. So the Aufseher Collegium, the governing body of Old Salem, or of Salem at that time, it wasn't called Old Salem, the Aufseher Collegium decided that they would create their graveyard, that no longer would they allow African Americans to be buried in their God's Acre, that they would set aside a small place in God's Acre for white strangers, white non-Moravians to be buried, and that subsequently all African Americans would be buried in the old strangers' graveyard at the bottom of the hill. This meant even Moravian African Americans would be buried in this stranger's graveyard. And non-Moravian whites could be buried in the Moravian graveyard. This was quite a change for an exclusive pietist community.
Right.
To have non-Moravians, non-pietist Moravians buried in their Moravian God's Acre, where they viewed people were sleeping with Jesus in anticipation of the millennium.
So it seems like they're almost prioritizing political ideologies over religious ideologies at this
Yes,
point.
it does. And that all blacks would be buried in the old strangers' graveyard that originally had black and white strangers in it. But that all black Moravians in it, as well as all other blacks, would be buried in the strangers' graveyard. And so that was the first formal decision they made to segregate. Then they began having Sunday school for black children and black adults as part of the mission, and the Female Missionary Society took on this responsibility. The major mission activity of the Moravians was with the Cherokee in northern Georgia. But the Female Mission Society took on the responsibility of providing religious instruction to African Americans who lived in and around Salem. In 1823, they decided that they would build a church for the African American community, and they would put it next to the old strangers' graveyard, now the graveyard for African Americans. So the graveyards had been separated in 1816, and then a log church had been built in 1823 adjacent to the graveyard. And it was an interesting landscaping feature because this was all on Church Street in Salem. So at the very top of Church Street was the Moravian graveyard, God's Acre. Next down on Church Street was Home Moravian Church, the principal Moravian church in North Carolina. And then there was the girls' school and the single sisters' house. And then way down at the bottom of the hill on Church Street, near the creek, was the strangers' graveyard, and below that was the 1823 log church for blacks. So on the landscape, we can easily see the hierarchy within the Moravian community,
Right.
and the view of race and Christianity laid out directly before us by 1823. So our archaeology was to find the graveyard and to help find graves that were beneath the 1867 church, to try to find the location of the 1861 church, to try to find the location of the 1823 church. And we began a project that lasted working summers and sometime in the fall from 1991 to about 2002. We discovered a number of interesting things. We discovered that within the strangers' graveyard and the expansion to the strangers' graveyard, that they had separated Christians from non-Christians, and that Moravians and non-Moravian Christians were buried together. We discovered gravestones that had been pulled up and hidden in the early 20th century, and eventually we found the general location of the 1823 church. The 1861 church was renovated, and we were able to place many stones back onto the graves. So that gives you a thumbnail version, a big thumbnail version of what we did. For me, as I say, this was going back home and examining the roots of social injustice in the town that I grew up in. And so as I did this work, I was thinking of, we're contributing to the story of African Americans here, but we're also developing an account of how people compromise their ideals and begin to go along with things that were completely different from the notion they had of how they would interact with spiritually and how they would interact with the world in generations before. And ultimately it resulted in the Moravians generally supporting the South in the Civil War in their owning slaves on outside plantations, on their completely segregating their communities during the era of Jim Crow segregation, and hiding, in essence, hiding the cemetery that clearly was part of the story of their connection with slavery and with African Americans. So I was thinking about the topical issue of slavery, and or the topical issue of racism and social injustice. And I didn't think of any specific theory involved with this. I was simply thinking of this story. So in essence, I think I was thinking a bit more like an historian than I was like an anthropologist.
Which is okay.
Theory had been a big thing as I came along in the 1960s and 70s. And with anthropologists, to my mind, preaching different kinds of theories. And I was never comfortable with the preaching part of these theories. And it was to the degree that some said that archaeologists need to pick one theory and stick with it. And so, and you can't use this as a smorgasbord of ideas, of things. And I thought, well, I believe you can use it as a smorgasbord. I think you can pick up a variety of ideas and notions from this and employ them in what you do. And so there was evolutionary theory, and my friend Stanley South was dedicated to evolutionary theory, fundamentally back to Darwin. And then there was Marxist theory that was renamed by some Marxian theory to take it away from the political implications of it. And then there was structural theory, and then there was all of this environmental study that was related to evolutionary theory, but was actually a kind of ecological, human ecology. And I understood all of that, but I was never comfortable buying into one single thing. And while I was in Old Salem, I began to read Walt Whitman. And I became interested in Whitman because Leaves of Grass was inspired in large part by a cemetery in Brooklyn. And I was working on a cemetery in Winston-Salem in North Carolina. And as I read Whitman, and read sections of Whitman that seemed written for archaeologists. If you look for me, if you seek me, look for me under your boot soles. I began to see that here was this whole philosophical exposition about social justice, about empathy, about compassion, about understanding other people, about understanding our relationship to the natural world. And I also began to read and reread Walden and Thoreau, and to read Margaret Fuller, and a number of the romantics from the Romantic period of art and philosophy in the United States, and it began to feel right. It began to feel like I began to feel inspired by these writings in the work that I was doing. As I continued to read those and think about them, it dawned on me that most of the theory that I had been exposed to in the past, evolutionary theory, Marxist-related theories, structuralism, had come from Europe, and had come from the time when Europe was involved in colonial expansion and industrialization, and that there was, in some ways, this sense of a focus on materialism, and two, a kind of pessimism, especially in Marxist theory, and that the Romantic philosophers, theorists, if we want to say that, in the United States had a different view of the world, that they were much more optimistic, much more positive about the world and about opportunities in the world, and empathetic, especially Whitman, who writes in Leaves of Grass of looking at people and saying, I could be them. That could be me standing on the block being sold at a slave auction in New Orleans. The person walking down the street being jeered at in New York could be me. And I understood that he was seeing empathetically a world that most people look in other theories. He was looking individually and empathetically at people in a way that folks in Europe, I felt, were not looking at people. I don't think I'm doing a good job at this, Kelly.
No, I mean, I think it's really interesting how, you seem to be developing your own theoretical approach by explicitly going outside of the archaeological canon.
Yeah. Yes, and I think that's what I was doing, and so I began to think that the Americans, of the difference between philosophy in Europe and philosophy in America, was that Americans were much more optimistic about the future and about opportunities, and that this came through in what they had to say. Now, part of this is because they viewed America as a place with an open frontier, with a place where there were opportunities for expansion and opportunities for people to. Now, for the people who were enslaved, That was not an option. On the other hand, for those people who were enslaved, they could see that if they were not enslaved, that there were these opportunities in America that were perhaps open. And so I think that the attitude of the Romantic philosophers fed over into people who were enslaved, and to people like W.E.B. Du Bois and Frederick Douglass, and those thinkers, that they were being influenced by these Romantic philosophers as well. And so seeing that, yes, the world can be positive, there can be opportunity if we get out from under this oppression. Mm-hmm. Native Americans were completely, I think, separate from this. There was clearly a kind of genocide that was going on, and so Native Americans were not a part of this at all. They were the people that were being suffered as this philosophy, or were being trampled on as America was expanding. Nevertheless, there was this positive idea. And so I came to see that, to my mind, the philosophies that were anchored in Europe were materialistic, and that the most extreme responses to that, and that came from Marx, was revolution. And that the philosophy that was developing in America was idealistic, and the extreme version of that was expand into a new place, a new world, and we can do this. We can do things. And I just felt more comfortable with this idealistic notion, this more positive notion, even with all of its flaws, even with the recognition that, hey, this didn't fit everybody, but nevertheless it was possible. So I began to think that, hey, our little work down here at the end of Church Street can have an effect. We can have an effect on how people see one another, on how people and help people we can help people observe social injustice and understand social injustice, and hopefully, especially since we were in a museum setting, be a part of cultural change that helps communities understand one another better and grow stronger. And as a result, I began to think maybe historical archaeologists would do well to go back and read and think carefully about the Romantic philosophers of the United States in the 19th century, and see how they might inform and help us in our investigation of topical issues like race and gender and environmental degradation. At the same time, picking up the one thing that was really valuable from the 1960s and 70s in the scientific kind of emphasis for archaeology, and that was to, in our day-to-day work, rigorously follow the scientific method and construct hypotheses, test them, rigorously test them, question them, put them out for peer review, be careful not to create just so stories because they fit a storyline that we would like to have happened. So I think there's great value from the previous theories in general. The theories were not bad. I just thought that they didn't necessarily fit the particular things that I was doing. And I came to think of myself as an archaeologist, an anthropologist, a historian, and a geographer all at the same time. and so I would encourage archaeologists of today, one, to be extremely rigorous in field work and analysis, and two, to be very open to a variety of ideas, including the brilliant philosophers of the Romantic period in the early 19th century, early and middle 19th century United States, because we are directly descended from them. And a lot of the way we think and the way we view the world has been influenced by Margaret Fuller, by Walt Whitman, by Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Henry David Thoreau, and others. Ta-da!
Well, I mean, I have two kind of different lines of questioning that I can spring off of that. Your story just inspired me. On the one hand, I'm really interested in, seeing the way that you draw on these romance literatures in arriving at your own kind of complex theory that looks at diversity and structural violence. That seems to correlate with a lot of the conversations and work that you're doing now. Do you think that has directly influenced your work with race relations and contemporary discussions that you're engaging in now with things like the welcome table and other activities?
Without a doubt. And working at Old Salem has helped me with that. I was not an activist in the 1960s and 70s. I was opposed to segregation. I was in favor of the Civil Rights Act. I voted for things that had to do with social justice. I thought that the Vietnam War was a totally inappropriate war, and I felt for all of the people who had to fight in that war. But I was not an activist. It was not within my personality to be there. I think that I went to Washington one time to protest after students had been shot at Kent State, and we were all incensed. And so it was a total national movement of students as American students were being shot by our own National Guard. But other than that, I wasn't an activist. Going to Old Salem, and of course, being an archaeologist, you can kind of be isolated, and not as isolated perhaps as historians, but nevertheless, you can kind of be isolated from the world. And but then going to Old Salem in Winston-Salem, and participating in the activities of a museum where there was a contemporary active congregation of the church that I was investigating. They were in another part of town, but they still were in existence. And with students, we went there and we went and visited them. We went to their church. I began to see arguments that were going on within town between the museum and the church and the public and the African American community. And I was not on the front lines of these arguments. I was still down at the bottom of Church Street doing an archaeological excavation. But our excavation and our activity was a part of what was going on. And I was fed information, and we had some little crises. We had high school students from Winston-Salem come and work with us, and they went to a restaurant for lunch in Old Salem, and some of them were the object of racial slurs in the restaurant. And so it was some bit, right, this is in the 1990s, and so we had an incident to deal with. And so I became more involved with this kind of thing. So I think that it did have an effect on the kinds of things that I'm doing now. I think also just being older and having all this experience under my belt has helped me move into being involved more in civic activity and more in trying to do things like bringing people together for conversations about race, about reconciliation, about racial injustice, about systemic racism. So far, it seems to be successful, and I'm very pleased that I'm involved with it.
Could you just give a brief description of the types of things that you are involved with right now?
Sure. I'm, in addition to working with you on a couple of things, I'm on the board of directors for the Blythewood Historical Society and Museum. That's a historical society in a small town that's just 8 miles, the closest town to us. And as part of my activities there, we sponsored a conversation group called On the Table in coordination with a regional-wide push to have conversation groups discuss topics of civic interest. And the topic that we selected was race and reconciliation. We began more than a year ago with a small group of people at the Historical Society, and that group has maintained its integrity for more than a year, meeting at least once a month. We've had some success in spreading the word of our conversations and in discussing with the town, and the town has recently passed a resolution on race and diversity and race and reconciliation. And so it's a minor accomplishment, but a nice accomplishment. And then we have invited professional moderator, Dr. Jennifer Gunter, who's involved with the South Carolina Collaboration on Race and Reconciliation, to hold conversations and moderate conversations in Blythewood. And so far, we have had 2 of those conversations with her moderating our activity, and they've gone very well. And we're looking for more of these kinds of programs and more of this kind of interaction within the community. It feels right. It feels like it is strengthening the community. There's pushback. We're finding that there's pushback from both the white and the black community about doing these things. Even though, to my mind, they are very benign, and they are simply conversations and mostly stories. Mostly, and it turns out that the conversations are mostly oral history. They are people telling their personal stories and their personal life histories and stories, and then showing the ways that their lives have intersected the issues of race and the problems of race. And as we do that, people come to understand one another and feel, I think, differently than they did before they.
Well, this community action, community engagement, seems to be something that's very important to you. How do you relate that to archaeology and to your archaeology work and archaeology in general? Do you think that, what do you think the role or responsibilities are of archaeologists in involving communities with the projects that they research?
That's a good question. I think archaeologists need to be open and welcoming to the communities with which they are involved. That they need to inform people. They need to look for permissions where they need permission and that kind of thing. On the other hand, archaeology is very difficult to do. It requires a lot of specialized training in order to do competent archaeological work. And in historical archaeology, it requires even more because we have historical documents to deal with, we have historical maps to deal with, oral histories, and it can easily get to the point where a single archaeologist cannot possibly do all of the kinds of things that need to be done in and around an archaeological project. And I can remember at times trying to interact with the community and saying to myself, I'm not a social anthropologist. I don't know how to do this. It isn't in my training. Not only is it not in my training, I'm not inclined to do this kind of work. I'm inclined to do the kind of field archaeology that I know how to do. Right. That doesn't mean that I didn't want that done, but it did mean that there are a lot of jobs to be done, and we need individually to be aware of all of these things that need to be done, but we need to make sure that everything that's done is done competently and is done very well, and we can't do everything. And so sometimes it felt to me like archaeologists were beginning to say, well, we should be oral historians, we should be historians, we should be geographers, we should be, yes, and we have to be a little bit of all of those things, mm-hmm. But it's near impossible to be all of that and to be a very competent field archaeologist or lab archaeologist. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a challenge for us. We're interdisciplinary, and it's easy not to be interdisciplinary. It's easy to just be narrow into your little field. Mm-hmm. And we need to be narrow into our little field because we need to develop skills that require a lot of training and a lot of practice. On the other hand, we need to be open to wider things. And so I guess what I'm thinking is that the teams need to be expanded, and that we need to recognize that one person can't do all of these things. A person that's really good at oral history may not be a very good archaeologist. A person that's really good at history and interested in an archaeologist and doing historical research may not be a good geographer or may not be a good archaeologist. So I think we need to look at that and take it into consideration, and have places open for all kinds of people to come together to do these things as teams.
I like it. I mean, that's the way I would prefer to do research. So. Well, and so not just on the research end though, but then what about, what are your feelings on dissemination? I know that you said that when you wrote On Common Ground, your goal was to write it to be accessible to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that overall historical archaeologists do a good job of sharing their research results on a wide scale? Or is that something that the field could use some help with? Or is that even necessary? Do you think is it necessary to be updating the general public on the progress being made in the field?
Everything we do is for the public, unless it's just a personal hobby, which for some people it may be. If it's just a personal hobby, then you don't care what effect it has on anybody else.
Right.
But otherwise, everything we do is for the public, and it is our total responsibility to conduct research and on important questions. It's critical that we identify valuable questions to research, and that then we do the research, and then we put it out for rigorous peer review, I think, and then make it available to the public. And archaeologists overall, I think, do a pretty good job of this, and especially because we're connected to museums and to outdoor exhibits and to the kinds of places that lots of people visit. I think that we have the opportunity to carry the results of our research in ways that people in other fields don't have. People that are doing climate change research now, we've seen what a difficult time they have getting their message out to the public. And we have an advantage in that because there are museums, there are opportunities for people to be exposed to the results of our research. Exclusive town, they didn't allow outsiders into but a couple of places in the town. Outsiders could come to the tavern. Well, there are two principal streets. There was Main Street and Church Street. Outsiders were not allowed to go onto Church Street, and that was the church. That was the street with the graveyard, the church, and the Single Sisters houses and the girls' school. Main Street, outsiders were only allowed to go to the store or to particular craftsmen and to the tavern. And the tavern was down the hill at the edge of town, like the church was. And and so it was an exclusive Christian community with the idea that they were trying to spread Christianity outside of this community. So you've got this problem. You're an isolated, exclusive community, but you have a message that you want other people to see. And so what they did was they started inviting people into town on special occasions to essentially see how the pious lived.
To draw them there with the tavern and then catch their eye with the...
That's right. And so one of the things was their Easter service. So as Christocentric Christians, Easter was the most important ritual of the year. And they invited outsiders to come to the Easter service, to the Easter sunrise service. But the outsiders come and stand in the town square, and then after they've been standing there for a long time, the elders come out of the church and they lead everyone to the God's Acre. And so all of the non-Moravians follow in the dark on Sunday morning to the God's Acre, where the Moravians hold a service that outsiders can view.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the boys' school they built a museum where outsiders could come and see their museum. And they were interested in natural history and mostly natural history in the museum. And then on New Year's evening they had watch night services, and then outsiders were invited to come see that. And then sometimes they had love feasts where outsiders were invited to come.
Mm-hmm.
So it isn't surprising that eventually the town turned into a museum,
Right.
because they had been showing off the town since the 18th century.
Mm-hmm.
And it isn't serendipity, or it isn't chance that when I was a kid, the boys' school museum was the only museum in Winston-Salem.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked going to that museum because it had one of the Moravian ministers was a collector, was a prehistoric artifacts. And all of his collection was there, and it was a massive collection. And he had written a book about Indians of North Carolina, and I had that book, and mostly it was history, but in there he had pictures of his collection. And so as I was finding things as a kid, I would compare what I saw to what I saw in the book that he had. Mm-hmm. And then when we would go to the museum, I would see the actual examples of those things that I had seen in the book. Mm-hmm. And so every time we went to that museum, I was very excited. However, I also didn't like going to the museum, because in the same room with the artifacts, they had the shrunken head of a South American Indian in a glass bell, and with long hair, mm-hmm. with the sewed up mouth, I think, and it was grotesque and horrifying. And all of the middle schoolers would tease, some of the middle schoolers would tease others about seeing the shrunken head when we went in to see it. Mm-hmm. So this was in the 1950s. And it was just an example of the attitude of here. He had written a book celebrating North American Indians, Douglas Littell Wright. His artifacts were on display there for us to see. One of the chapters in his book was entitled Our Indian Friends. And in the room, mm-hmm. there was the grotesque severed head of an American Indian.
And they didn't think that was disturbing at the time. And wow.
Apparently not.
Uh-huh. So
now I've written about that
mm-hmm.
in God's Fields, about that experience of when I was a kid, and that is in there.
Yeah.
The experience of working up the street is not in there.
I just think that's really interesting, though, that severed head aside, the Moravian Museum there fueled and propelled your interest as a kid in archaeology. Mm-hmm. And then it basically provided a major chunk of your archaeological career.
That's right.
I mean, that's really full circle there, and
Oh, it is.
I
Yeah.
could see how that contributes to your sense of calling there for that project.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's great.
I need to show you Wright's book. Let me see if I can find it.
The frontispiece of the book is Town Creek. It's a picture of Town Creek Indian Mound when Joffrey Coe was working there.
And you worked there too.
And years later, I worked there. Yes.
Yeah,
And
so
then-
what was it? Douglas?
Douglas Littell Wrights. Letell Wrights. And it is dedicated to my Indian friends. And so, as I say, it's mostly history. There's no real archaeology.
When did it come out? When did he publish? In the 50s, you said?
1947. So it's got chapters like the Indians meet the Spaniards, the English, decline of coastal tribes, Tuscarora, John Lederer, Lawson's Trail, the Chronicles of the Last Piedmont Tribes, and then some references to James Moody's anthropological studies. So it's mostly history with a little ethnography in it. However,
You caught a picture of artifacts.
oh yeah, see, this is Catawba, but so it had these classic things from White in it, and then
What's that?
that's a shell mound.
Oh, I was looking at.
Oh, it's a mortuary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then this is Cherokee, I think. No, that's Tuscarora. The Tuscarora were originally in eastern North Carolina and moved to be with the rest of the Iroquois in New York. So then, things like, arrowheads from a site in Randolph County. And then these are now known as cash blades. And I was finding cash blades when I was a kid, and so I'd look in here and see these cash blades, and then things that came from burials at the Kiawe site, excavated by amateurs with some direction from Coe. And then I'm looking for one particular illustration here. So it had all quartz points.
Were you finding quartz points?
I was finding quartz points, and then it had celts, and then these pots like that are PD pots, the kind of things from Town Creek, quartz points. And then one particular illustration that was a favorite of mine. Oh, and this is from the famous these are burial urns from the famous Doershuck site on the Yadkin PD River. And archaic period axes. I didn't know how old any of this stuff was.
pictures from the Catawba artifacts. Lumbee, picture of the Lumbee, the college at Pembroke, which was the Lumbee, which is why it's interesting, Kelly, the branch of my mother's family that stayed and did not pass for white outside became much better educated because of this college than my mother's family that left.
Yeah. Unintended consequence, I
That's
guess,
right,
of focusing
right.
on your racial difference.
That's right. And so here's more stuff. A lot of this is looted from burials by different people. Another burial urn, and oh, there's this one picture. Oh, and this is Judicola Rock, which I visited a couple of years ago in western North Carolina. It's steatite. And then graves that were excavated early in the 20th century. So he just picked this up from Smithsonian stuff. As I say, I'm looking for one particular picture. Chapter on Cherokee. It's from Mooney. It's Coe's excavation at Town Creek. And this is one of the things. I was finding all of this stuff, and this was a good photograph. And so I was finding all of these kinds of things, and they were in all this stuff, all the stuff you've seen was in the museum. So all the chipstone tools and the axes and all of that stuff, for the most part, were in that museum. And so I was finding all of these pieces, and what I was trying to do was find my own examples of each one of these things.
So what did you end up doing with your collection? Did you... do we not want that on tape?
I have about 3 or 4 pieces of it. I traded a whole lot of it at a pawn shop for coins, for 19th century coins.
When you were still a kid?
When I was still a kid, right.
Well, nice to hear that wasn't after you had your PhD.
So I got interested in 19th century coinage, and and this guy in the pawn shop would trade me coins for arrowheads, and so I traded a whole lot for him. I gave some of them to the research labs at Chapel Hill, and then I have a few pieces myself still here.
Have you ever contacted any, like the North Carolina SHPO or anything, to just try to fill out any kind of paperwork or to
Yes.
document anything?
No, I never have. Yeah, I never have. And I should do that. I should do that. The most important site I visited was it's gone now. The local high school was built over it. And so
And I've took all the debutantes. I collected debutantes as well, but my mother wanted me to get rid of it because I had a lot of it. And so I took it out in the woods beside our house and buried it. So there's a cache of debutantes.
Someday, some archaeologist of the future will find that and wonder what production was happening at the site. So, I mean, I think in our last round of conversation, you did incorporate your discussion of theory at Winston-Salem, and you did bring in other. Is there anything? Do you want me to ask you again to add anything just about general historical archaeology theory, or do you think you pretty much covered everything you wanted to say in that blurb?
No, I think I covered most everything I want to say.
Most theory
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Okay. And again, we can, if we're rereading it and realize something is missed that you wanted to add. Okay. Well, I guess building off of our, discussion of the trends of theory in historical archaeology, have you noticed throughout your career any significant ethical issues that you think, either haven't been addressed fully or things that have? Are there any good or bad that you've noticed about the way that historic archaeology treats ethical issues, and what do you see as those major ethical confrontations?
I think most of them have to do with the ethical issues that we have dealt with generally as a society, with opening up the field to a variety of people, to women, for example. When I came in, there were hardly any women in archaeology, and certainly some, maybe many, perhaps most, archaeological research groups openly discriminated against women. There were no African Americans, no people of color that I knew at all who were involved in archaeology. And so our society has had to deal with those issues, and archaeologists have had to deal with them. We've had to come and get to know Native Americans. Archaeologists, in a sense, did their work apart and above and beyond and in a not so explicit or not so conscious sense, arrogant attitude toward Native Americans. This attitude of, well, we have your history here. We're the ones that really know what your history is about. And so those are things that we have had to deal with, and I think that have dealt with them straightforwardly and with success. Some cultural things, one cultural thing in particular that is of interest to me is the collection of arrowheads like I did when I was a kid. And the interest in archaeology in general has, throughout my lifetime, been primarily a white activity. Mostly in the beginning it was a white male activity, and now it's become more a white female activity. And especially prehistoric items. I began to find artifacts because a local farmer was finding artifacts, and he kept some of them, and then we began looking at his farm and finding them. And it's been of interest to me over the years that African Americans worked on all of these same farms, found all of these same artifacts. I mean, there's no doubt that they are quite familiar with finding arrowheads and finding potsherds and finding all of this prehistoric Native American things. But I never recall ever encountering an African American who collected those things.
Mm-hmm.
We do find some of those items in contexts that appear to be African American ritual contexts, with prehistoric artifacts being put in specialized places in houses and perhaps used in charms and that kind of thing. But I've been interested in this difference in why African Americans did not collect these odd and unusual things, and why white Americans seem to be attracted to them. We had at our local historical society, we had a program called the Prehistoric Artifacts Roadshow. And 3 archaeologists came and said that if you bring the artifacts that you have found, we will help identify them for you.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the heaviest attended programs we've ever had. People were standing outside waiting to come in. I recall only 2 people of color at the event. So there were perhaps 100 people who came to bring artifacts. And so there was this obvious great deal of interest in the collecting of these things by people in the white community, and none from people in the black community. Now, there are black archaeologists, black historical archaeologists especially, but none that I know of that found their way to the field through collecting as kids. So there's a cultural difference here that's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is? Any guesses?
I don't know. It may have to do with the history of science in general and the emphasis from the 18th century on collecting things from the natural world, and that has been a part of the educational system of white Americans and been emphasized in that. It may have to do with the romanization of Native Americans by white Americans. Now that Native American, of this romanticizing the people that opposed you and that you vanquished. But really, I don't know. It is just something that has been of interest to me, and that I've noticed and I thought was interesting.
Do you think that, and you mentioned these issues of gender and racial equality and diversity. I'm thinking about some recent issues like the Me Too movement, and especially last year's Society of American Archaeology conference, who had issues with public relations and sexual harassment cases. Do you think that the field has come as far as it should in terms of negotiating these issues that you identified as being present over time, or is there still work to be done on these fronts?
Well, to know the answer to that question, you need to ask the people who are having trouble. and to reach out and to listen to people if they say they're having a difficulty. I'm not very much involved actively in the field now, and so I don't know. I do know that in the last year, things have been brought to my attention about harassment at national meetings that I didn't recognize existed before. It was just sort of beyond my view that these things were happening. And so that this has been brought to the attention of folks in the field means that it still exists and it's still an issue and obviously needs to be dealt with. And so, sure, I think this is something that's come up recently, and since it's come up recently, it is by all accounts legitimate, and it is something that the field needs to handle, just like the general culture needs to handle these kinds of issues of harassment and discrimination. So, yes, we need to work on that.
We've talked a lot about your varied research experiences and major projects, and your kind of the evolution of your career in different positions. Can you tell me just a little bit about your teaching experiences? What kinds of courses did you like to teach or prefer to teach, or did you develop any particular teaching philosophy or perspective?
Sure. When I went to college, and especially when I went to graduate school, it seemed to me like the line was sink or swim. Come in and do this and do it on your own, and if you're not up to it, you will wash out and goodbye. Mm-hmm. And it felt like it was my responsibility to secure my education, and that I wasn't necessarily going to get a lot of help with it. That there were people to teach the courses, that there were opportunities that would come about, but that it was primarily up to me to do it. Mm-hmm. And if I didn't do it, if I wasn't successful, then too bad, so long. Too bad, so long.
It doesn't cost them anything.
We'll see you.
Uh-huh.
And so when I started teaching, that was the philosophy I knew. And so I didn't have very good mentoring as an undergraduate or as a graduate student. I don't think quality mentoring was part of the culture. Mm. And as I started teaching, I started doing what I knew. And that was, okay, if you want to be an archaeologist, then good for you. Work your ass off. Uh-huh. and you might be able to become an archaeologist. Mm-hmm. And so I looked at it as primarily the student's responsibility, and I was there to do the job of teaching, and but that mentoring was not a big part of what I expected of myself in the role of teacher. And so I think that for much of my career, I wasn't a very good mentor. Over time, that began to change, and probably as I became more secure, and as I began to have more interactions especially with graduate students, I came to like the interactions that I had with them, and I came to see them as individuals and as individuals that I would like to work with and that I wanted to assist in the ways that I could. I liked teaching. But because I was in a research university, I didn't view it generally as my number one job. I viewed research as the number one thing that I was supposed to be doing. And as a result, I think that I guess I would always feel like I could have done a better job mentoring. And as I have had children going through school, I've thought very much that I should have done a better job mentoring. And so if I have a regret, it's that I didn't do as much mentoring as I might have done when I was teaching. If I have one positive thing to say about that, it is that I think that the more I taught, the longer I was in, the better mentor I became. And I eventually came to very much enjoy working with students. I've always liked to work. I like intimate relationships overall. I've always preferred to work with small groups of students rather than large groups of students. I've always liked working with small field crews rather than very large field crews. And in some ways that limited a lot what I could do because I preferred working in small groups. But that was simply my preference. And had to do with my personality and the way I work. And so I don't think I have anything more to say about that. Unless you have a more question.
No, well, I mean, if you could go back, would you still, if you could go back and you had an option, would you opt for a research-only position where you didn't have to do any teaching? Or have you grown to like it enough that you would, that's still something you're glad that you had the experience doing?
No, and actually, I did not want a research-only position when I came to South Carolina in a research-only position, and I didn't want that. I wanted to teach. And so I thought that it was critically important to teach and to be engaged with students. You're catching me in a personal contradiction here. Yeah, well, that's
that
fine.
makes us think.
That's fine. You're catching me in a personal contradiction because many of the people in the research facility wanted to stay in research and did not want to get involved with teaching, and I always wanted to be involved with teaching. And so if I went back, I would want to be a teacher, and I suppose part of my teaching is it was a hard job for me. I could never put something in the can and say, okay, I've got the same thing from last year and I can do it again this year. It was like every time I taught a class, it was different than any time I had ever taught it before. And that seemed hard every semester. But that doesn't mean I created these great new lesson plans every year. It just means that it was different every year. And the lesson plans would often be kind of sloppy and put together in some ways on the run, but part of the reason for that is my ideas were changing, and they weren't the same as they were before. And so, as we're all complicated, I was complicated over this. And over time, I got to enjoy storytelling more and more and more. And I guess as I enjoyed storytelling more, I enjoyed teaching more. And I would try to relate the facts, the clear-cut evidence, with stories from my own experience. And students seemed to like that. And I liked doing it. And so that was part of my style in teaching.
Which makes sense given your interest in folklore, that storytelling would match with that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, given, just not to put you on the spot here, but since
Put me
you
on the
said
spot.
that you said your one regret was you wish you could have been a better mentor earlier on. So, giving you the chance now to be a large scale mentor here, what advice would you give now to students who might be reading this article in general about their future in archaeology? Any pointers for them about things that you recommend they do?
Recognize that your professors are working for you, and demand their attention and their help. And if you don't get it there, move on someplace else. Is one thing that I would say to students. And as they go into the profession, I would say, look to the people who are dedicated, look to the people who are kind, who are compassionate, look to the people who aren't simply complaining all the time. Look to the folks who are good people and see what they're doing, and start trying to be like them.
Well, I think that's pretty good advice.
I think that's what I would say to people. And as I said, during the when they gave me the Harrington Award, and I said a few things, one of the things I said was to the students and young people, I said, thank you for doing what you're doing. And I commented on the fact that we are in very unsettled times, and that they are very unsettling to all of us individually. And that the response that we need to have is to keep doing what we're doing, and to keep the faith in that our research, our scholarship, our teaching, our education is valuable, and that it's valuable to humanity in general, and to keep doing it, and to not lose the faith, but to keep on keeping on.
Which seems like it was certainly a theme in your career. You kept on,
Yeah.
with all of your transitions and changes, you kept on going. And so thinking about that, what do you identify as the major themes or the major contributions of your career projects to the field of historical archaeology? It's a lot to ask you to summarize in the...
Well, certainly Uncommon Ground has been the most popular thing that I ever did. And I'm very pleased that so many people have read that book. So many people have said that the book helped them to guide them in the direction they wanted to go in historical archaeology. And so it seems that that has been one of the major contributions that I've been able to make, and more successful than I ever anticipated that it would be. And then things that were spin-offs of Uncommon Ground. My whole research at Old Salem was essentially a spin-off of what I did with Uncommon Ground. And Uncommon Ground was a result of my being interested in a variety of things back in the 1970s and having this feeling that I should have been an activist. I should have been more involved than I was during the height of the civil rights movement, that I should have been more involved than I was during the problems that we had with Vietnam. And so in the late 1970s, I decided, well, I didn't do those things, but here I have this interest in social justice and in the history of forgotten peoples and ignored peoples. I'm an archaeologist, and so I can do this. So this is one small thing I can do. And so I engaged the archaeology of African Americans then, as it seemed like something that I was qualified to do and I could do, and that would be of value. And so doing that, I think, has been one of my major contributions. And then I think it was good that I didn't simply swallow the party line about this theoretical approach or that theoretical approach, and I didn't like ministers preaching to me when I was a kid, and I didn't like archaeologists preaching to me when I was an adult. I liked thinking about the variety of things and ideas, even though I thought that I wasn't fully grasping them and understanding everything. I liked the variety, and I liked history. I liked working with historians. I liked interdisciplinary kinds of things. So that's sort of who I was, and I guess that's just being myself has been my contribution.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's substantial and significant. So then where do you think you've left, or where is archaeology at now, or historic archaeology as a field? Where do you think it should go from here? Do you identify any particular gaps that need to be covered, or do you see any trajectory that you think would be most helpful for historical archaeology as a field to try to engage?
That's a question for Kelly Goldberg. and by that I mean I'm an old guy. I'm a senior fellow, and I'm not a millennial. I'm from another century, and it isn't for me to say, I don't think. I think that it is for the younger generation to use what we have done and others in the past to make these kinds of decisions about how and where the future is going to take you all. And I have, I think, a little more advice than what I have done in my career. And it's up to this generation to come up with things to create the Me Too kind of movements, to identify the issues, to work on them, and so I guess the fundamental the fundamental moral values are what I think I learned from the past. And I think young people now, it's to look at those things and see if and how they apply to now. Because now for me is a lot of just looking on to see what's going on. What's going on in the country? I don't know. I'm not in the head of young people, and I live in a World War II and post-World War II era in my head. And I have that vision, and there are a lot of things wrong with that vision. It seems like things were good then, but we look back and we know things weren't good then. We know there were real problems. On the other hand, there were basic elements that were good then, that were valuable, that it may be that we did know more about the Constitution than students do today. That we did know more about the fundamental ideas about how the country was to be run or whatever. I don't know. But I really think there's a changing of the world, a changing of the guard. And the biggest thing I can say is be kind to one another.
It works in a lot of settings.
That's right. And maybe, Kelly, something that I've said to you before, when I was finding all those arrowheads, I thought that most everything I was finding was from the 18th century. And because that's what I read about in books. And I couldn't imagine that I was finding things that were really old. And then when I found James B. Griffin's Archaeology v. the United States, I realized how ancient these things were. And then slowly over time, I understood that people made the same kinds of artifacts for 1,000 years. And that culture for 1,000 years was apparently just like it was for every generation, expected it to be exactly the same. And over time, change, as the human population grew, change became faster and faster and faster. And since the 18th century, it has been exponential, and now it is exponential. And I think humans aren't good at dealing with it. We're flexible. We know we can live in a variety of ways, in a whole variety of kinds of social groupings and genders and marriage styles and political systems. We know we can do it all. So we have the flexibility to do this, all of this kind of thing. But changing from one to the other is really difficult for us. And I think we really need to have a lot of patience with one another, because change is so difficult for people. And patience seems to be in short supply these days.
Well, those are, I mean, that's, I really enjoyed this, discussing all of the things that have shaped the work you've done and your thought process over time. Is there anything else that you feel you would like to say, or anything you want to add?
I didn't say one of the biggest problems of archaeology and historical archaeology today is a mundane one, but it's a really big one. And that is, we have a curation problem that is just killing us. And we have so much, we have accumulated so much stuff that it's hard to imagine in hundreds of years we could go back and reanalyze all the stuff we've kept, because it might be we might be able to reanalyze it sometime. And we're filling warehouses with the things that we're recovering. And I don't know what to do about that, but I think that it is a major problem for archaeology.
It's like we're American hoarders.
That's right.
Hoarding all the-
So I'll say that, I'll tag that on to the end as it's almost a nightmare.
And we're not going to stop excavating, so
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
something
We're
else.
gonna stop it. And so one thing, I think it demands that we be very careful about the field problems we choose, and careful about excavating the places that are most likely to provide the information that we want, and not excavate things just to be excavating things. But that's up to y'all.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Whoa, well, let's have lunch.